Что за...
Дыши глубже, Сурая. Вероятность того, что здесь есть медведи, очень мала.
Ого! Что за...
Соберись, Сурая.
А що з гриб?
Твоя задача просто зачистить сектор. Никаких странностей, как на Кеплере.
И слава богам! Всякий раз, когда страж превращается в крошечный сгусток энергии, мне не по себе.
Я не понимаю, о чем ты. Для этого задания достаточно человеческой формы. Спасибо.
получается. Время для испытания посерьезней.
Страж, ты отлично держишься в бою. Да и мне приятно было размяться. Порой я забываю, что я
где ты
охотник,
была?
а не просто внучка
Охотник.
Кловиса Брея.
У твоего деда сложно не заметить, согласна? Гигантская жестяная башка, все дела. Но помни, он не единственная семья, что у тебя есть.
Здорово, народ, с
Если
вами Джо,
я всё
он же
верно
отмена
понял,
сброса
мы
силы в
выполняем
отступниках
задачу,
312.
зачищаем
Вот,
сопротивление
как
и
говорится, как
убираемся
в воду.
отсюда как можно скорее.
Вчера у меня
Да так,
вечером
два
вышел
пальца
ролик,
опознай.
Банши думается об отмене
Отлично
сброса
сказано,
силы в
дружище, у
отступниках.
тебя получается
Да,
всё
ну,
лучше.
соответственно, мы разбирали комментарий пользователя с Reddit, да, где он рассказывал про то, что в банке устроили опрос. И, видимо, охренев от цитат вопроса, наши любимые разработчики решили: а ладно, гулять-то гулять. И, соответственно, продолжая работать над изменением силы и прогресса Destiny2, мы хотели бы объявить о следующих изменениях. Сезонная сила теперь будет перенесена в 28-й сезон в декабре. Сброса сезонной силы, как в прошлых сезонах, не будет. Кроме того, ваши нестабильные ядра будут перенесены в 28-й сезон. Начиная с следующей недели, игрокам будет доступна возможность наверстать упущенное и повысить уровень силы до 300. Дополнительную информацию, да, об этих изменениях, которые мы предоставим в Клабе в четверг. Ну, собственно, что? Эффект взорвав секунду, 779 тысяч просмотров, целая куча комментариев, потому что, да, ну, типа, давайте честно признаем, никто не захочет, скорее всего, да, ну, по крайней мере, целая куча народу не захочет заново все это дело качать. Делать совершать фарм в секторах, в высокоточных зданиях, во всех этих однотипных миссиях. Ну, типа, блин, всем хочется старой модели прокачки, да, вот, выяснилось, что была не такой уж плохой, то есть тебя отправляли там в подземелья, в рейды, в налеты разные, в активности на планетах, к примеру, то есть было разнообразие, так или иначе, а тут сиди и долбись в 2 сектора. Всеми любимый К1 и Кратер. Вот, спасибо большое. Ну и, соответственно, там где-то за новостями следите, что меня там сходу видели, да, то что была целая куча статей, была целая куча там сообщений от пользователей на Reddit, да, и вот, в принципе, у меня зрители там в комментариях тоже пишут, что никому вот не хочется, чтобы уровень силы там сбросился до 200 и снова вот все это дело качать. Чтобы тебе падали шмотки там 2-го тира, 1-го тира и так далее, когда ты уже все, ты уже привык, тебе 5-го тира шмотки и пушки сыпятся за каждую катку, и такой: не, спасибо, чтобы я это качал все на протяжении там нескольких месяцев, и это потом в одночасье сбросилось. Я, к примеру, еще даже до уровня силы дошел, и перспектива того, что это все сбросится, потом мне надо будет этим заниматься заново, ну такое. Вот. Но так или иначе это имеет место быть. Напоминаю, что у меня есть петиция по поводу остановки топиров. Захочет, может написать, ссылочка будет в описании под данным роликом. Плюс еще можем там распространять инфу среди западной аудитории, среди вообще всех игроков. Собственно, что можно сделать? Можно пошуметь на форумах, можно пошуметь на Reddit, можно пошуметь на стримах, можно как-то занизить в стриме там и так далее. Ну ладно, мы онлайне там и Reddit поговорим поближе к концу ролика. Да? Но так или иначе, да, вот надо продолжать разгонять инфополе, да, чтобы Банжи не было пути назад. Ну типа, чтобы проблему не замалчивать. Как-то так. Ладно, сейчас другие новости разберем. По поводу онлайн-игры, по поводу марафона, кстати, еще немножко поговорим. Вот, ну и по поводу того, что нас ждет на этой неделе после ресета. Но сперва ссылка на перетяжку, если вам будет нужна будет Destiny2 или других игроков. Хочу упомянуть свой товарищ из Destiny2. Если времени на игру мало, а хороший не хочется, советую хороший сайт Destiny2. Можно пройти путярку на экране, на сайте, или на улице. Это дополнительный класс игры. Сюжетка, рейд, новые эпизоды и легенда. Опытные игроки, играть вместе с вами, помогут завершить любую акцию. Новинок много, ценность коммуника и доступность. Теперь писать не все, это хороший способ, сэкономить время и нет. Ну а если вы разобрались или остались вопросы, смело пишите оператору на сайте, получайте ответ. Сайт работает давно, есть много отзывов и способов оплаты. Все можете проверить сами. А по коду лобби действует 15% скидка на все услуги. Проходите по QR-коду или по ссылке в описании ролика и передавайте от меня привет. Так, ну что ж, спасут ли Destiny изменения на этой неделе? То есть у нас во вторник, то есть сегодня в 8 вечера по Москве, будет неделя вооружения. То есть надо будет снова прокачивать 15 рангов, снова там проходить различные задания, да, и снова убивать милицию. Также у нас меняется система вооружения, зеленые патроны поправят. Ну и в завершение всего новая эстетическая миссия или Остап. В чумные земли мы вернемся, будем миссию проходить там, соответственно, какие-то задачи решать. В общем, ожидается прикольный контент. Просто я реально надеюсь, да, что это так или иначе игре поможет, потому что сейчас у нее, мягко говоря, не самые лучшие времена, я бы даже сказал, одни из лучших. То есть мы, да, на протяжении 11 лет продолжаем говорить, да, что там Destiny умирает, надо играть в игру, поиметь там самоуважение, еще разработчики вас плевать, бла-бла-бла-бла-бла, да, но так или иначе,
спасибо.
когда вот у нас бушует допир, вот, по крайней мере, в русском регионе, да, и когда в целом даже западные игроки, у которых с собой вроде все нормально, то есть у них есть доступ, даже они жалуются, что здесь не так, поработать делать Destiny 3. Вот первое и последнее, пока что банки смогли сделать, это вот отменить сбрасывание уровня силы, да, и второе, вот экзотическую миссию выпустить и вот эти вот изменения провести, но это то, что они заранее фиксировали, поэтому хочется надеяться, что это в этой игре получится, но не факт. Напоминаю, что на YouTube и на ВК Play каждый день практически проходит трансляции, поиграйте, запросите, в поисках, плюс у меня есть телеграм-канал, по ссылочке в описании к ролику, там обсуждаем новости, и просто общаемся, даже что-то у меня в ролике, так что заходите, будет весело, очень активный у меня чат, очень их ценю, уважаю, люблю, все дела, вот, и спасибо вам, ребят, что почти добрались до 1000, буду благодарен, если у нас получится.
Надеюсь, однажды мы перейдем сюда гражданских. Посадим семена будущего сада, так сказать.
Все это нужно для того, чтобы
Какая
ролики чаще
чудесная
показывать рекомендации,
мысль.
чтобы больше народу
Ребята,
смотрело,
вы
больше
просто
было мотивации
милашки.
давайте продолжать заниматься. Вот, ну и у кого нет возможности ролики на YouTube смотреть, я также выкладываю на ВК видео и на Дзене. Кто захочет меня поддержать, может сделать это при помощи доната. Если сумма в 10 раз во время стрима увеличится, попадете в один из следующих роликов. И спасибо всем тем, кто поддержит меня на бусте. Сюда выкладываю там записи скрин стримов из тех роликов, которые я не могу выкладывать на YouTube, так или иначе. Ну что ж, давайте поговорим про то, что у нас тут происходит с онлайном в Destiny 2. Как пишет The Game Post, в Destiny 2 зафиксирован самый низкий показатель количества игроков в Steam за всю историю франшизы. Сообщество достигло критической точки. Я больше не доверяю Bungie, пишет они, собственно. Destiny 2 только что достигла самого низкого показателя количества игроков в Steam с момента запуска. Из-за новых систем, представленных дополнений Край Судьбы, спорных изменений и снижения доверия к Bungie, давние поклонники игры уходят. Если вы в последнее время следите за новостями, то, вероятно, знаете, что дела у популярной ММО игры Destiny 2 от Bungie идут не очень хорошо. Еще в июле студия выпустила Край Судьбы, последнее дополнение, с которого началась очередная многолетняя сага для игры. Теперь, более 2 месяцев спустя, количество игроков в игре упало до самого низкого уровня за всю историю. В Крае Судьбы вышло всего... Да, вот дополнение вышло у нас, давайте так. Всего с 98 211 игроками в Steam, что составляет менее трети от 314 тысяч пикового значения первый день финальной формы. Такое падение не стало полной неожиданностью, поскольку финальная форма ознаменовала конец 10-летней саги Destiny Свет и Тьма и стала естественной точкой остановки для многих давних игроков. Однако, с выходом Края Судьбы Bungie внесла множество серьезных изменений в систему игры Destiny 2. Одним из основных дополнений стал портал, новая система, призванная предоставить игрокам больше возможностей, улучшить впечатление от игры для новичков и повысить общую реиграбельность игры. Но с момента запуска портал стал одной из самых обсуждаемых функций в сообществе. Многие игроки считают, что он скорее усложняет игровой процесс, чем улучшает его. Очевидно, что настроение в сообществе хуже, чем когда-либо, и это видно по количеству игроков. Ну просто да, типа... Многие критикуют портал за мобильный интерфейс. Многие критикуют портал за то, что он, по сути, убил 80% игры, так как у нас есть директор, там навигация, да, где есть данжи, подземелья, миссии, разные локации, Гамбит тот же самый на худой конец. И все это стало ненужным, потому что у нас есть портал, в котором вы можете 1-2 миссии проходить бесконечно, и даже в соло, без боевой группы, и все. Больше вам ничего не надо для прокачки. Соответственно, это не то, что бы хотели бы игроки от игры, собственно. Количество игроков в Destiny 2 достигло рекордно низкого уровня. Согласно Steam Charts, среднее количество игроков в Destiny 2 в Steam за последние 30 дней составляет 18 тысяч игроков, что является самым низким показателем с момента выхода игры в Steam в 2019 году. Ну да, там в 2017 году игра у нас вышла на консолях и на ПК потом. То есть на консолях она вышла в сентябре, вторая часть на ПК она вышла в октябре, по-моему, да. Ну и, соответственно, в 2019 году с Battle.net переехали мы в Steam благополучно. Даже январь 2025 года, когда этот показатель составлял 18 тысяч, уже пройден. Среднемесячный показатель за сентябрь 2025 года составил 19 тысяч, что на 44% меньше, чем в августе, и на 23% меньше, чем в сентябре 2024 года. Для сравнения, максимальное и среднемесячное количество игроков в Destiny 2 составляло 165 тысяч человек в октябре 2019 года. Сегодня, в непиковые часы, количество игроков в игре упало ниже 8 тысяч единовременных игроков в Steam. Возможно, это произошло впервые. Вот ежемесячная статистика среднего и пикового значения игроков в Destiny 2 в Steam с января 2024 года. 18 тысяч за последние 30 дней, 54 тысячи пикового значения сентябрь 2025 года, средний. 19 тысяч, август 25 года 34 тысячи, 25 года июль 41 тысяча, июнь 21, май 27, апрель 22, март 30, февраль 40, в общем, да. И вот в январе у нас было все достаточно печально тоже, 18 тысяч, но, блин, все-таки смотря на цифру 165 тысяч, когда у нас 2019 год, это получается у нас «Обитель теней» была. Вроде бы, да. 2018 это «Отвергнутые», а 19 «Обитель теней». Ну, блин, нехило так. Тот год, как раз, когда Банжи ушла от Activision, типа. Правда, до этого было еще круче, да, но все равно. У нас, оказывается, популярная игра была, ребят, когда-то. Вот, пиковое, значит, количество игроков в день выхода дополнения Destiny 2. В конце света 316 тысяч, в финальной форме 314 тысяч, в Королеве Ведьме 290, за гранью света 242, Обитель теней 214, Грань судьбы 98. Конец света, который считается провальным DLC, 316 тысяч. Максимальное количество единовременного онлайна. Потому что, да, пиар-компания тогда у DLC была просто адская. Вообще все хотели. Я сам несколько переозвучек сделал, несколько трейлеров там наложил, очень сильно хайповало все, и да, это было круто. Но такое. В общем, это ошеломляющее падение на 69% по сравнению с финальной формой у нас. С каждым обновлением отношение сообщества Destiny 2 и Bungie ухудшается. В Steam у Края Судьбы недавний рейтинг отзывов преимущественно негативный, всего 4% положительных отзывов из 370. На Reddit и в Твиттере было много дискуссий о Destiny 3, о том, хотят ли игроки чего-то подобного. Один пользователь сказал: я больше не доверяю Bungie в том, что касается этой франшизы. Я уже сошел с поезда Destiny 2 и понятия не имею, отсылка к Дашным Трубам, да, что они могут сделать, чтобы я заинтересовался чем-то от Bungie. И это мнение разделяют не только игроки, популярные контент-мейкеры в последней неделе отошли от Destiny, сославшись на выгорание, разочарование от ПВП, постоянный поток негатива вокруг игры. Сообщество вытеснит меня задолго до того, как это сделает игра, сказал один из контент-мейкеров. Следующей большой надеждой для Destiny 2 станет дополнение «Отступники» по мотивам Звездных войн, который выйдет в декабре этого года. Но если Bungie не сможет вернуть доверие и решить проблемы, из-за которых игроки уходят, этот спад может стать новой нормой. Что вы думаете обо всем этом, напишите в комментариях. Ну и, собственно, да. Просто в свете всего этого, да, когда вот онлайн и так уже пробивает дно, разработчики решили 10-ю часть игроков от игры просто тупо отрезать. Да, я говорю про наш СНГ регион, который они отрезали топиром. Спасибо большое, Bungie. Вот. Но ладно, дальше у нас тут новости немножко будут про марафон. Там открывается бета-тест, плей-тест, точнее. Ну, сейчас все по порядку. Просто приоритеты, да, вот. Про то, что уровень силы у нас не будет сбрасываться в отступниках. Bungie написали в Твиттере. Ну да, справедливости ради, они сказали, что про эту что дополнительную информацию они предоставят в Славе более подробную завтра, да? Но, точнее, через 2 дня, в четверг. Но про то, что в марафоне закрытый технический тест выйдет, они прям отдельно в блоге у себя написали. Подайте заявку сейчас, закрытый технический тест марафона. С июня мы провели несколько закрытых игровых тестов, чтобы собрать отзывы о марафон. Теперь мы принимаем заявки от новых игроков, которые хотят принять участие в закрытом техническом тесте с 22 по 28 октября. Это ограничено и доступно только по приглашению игровое тестирование для игроков из Северной Америки и Европы на PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, S и Steam. Как и в случае с недавними закрытыми игровыми тестами, это тестирование проводится в соответствии с соглашением о неразглашении. Вот, собственно, кто захочет, может заявку подать. Правда, мое отношение к игре многие знают. Я проходил открытый альфа-тест, который изначально был закрытым, да, и, там особо нечего делать было. Да, игру очень сильно переделывают, и, собственно, может быть, есть шанс, но маловероятно. Заполните эту форму в период с текущего момента до 16 октября, чтобы подать заявку. Если вы уже подавали заявку на участие в публичной альфа-версии, в апреле может быть отправлено автоматически. В этом случае никаких дополнительных действий не потребуется. Для игроков на ПК мы также включим приложение через Steam 13 октября, и они будут доступны до 26 октября. Это важный этап для вас, поскольку мы тестируем, поскольку мы тестируем улучшения, внесенные после выхода альфа-версии, в том числе 3 карты, 5 оболочек для бегунов, Proximity чат, переработанный темп боя, одиночная очередь в подборе, более глубокое повествование об окружающей среде и многое другое. Тем не менее, техническая тестовая сборка находится в стадии разработки и будет включать в себя лишь часть того, что спланировано для полноценного релиза марафона, ориентированного на первых игроков. В ближайшие месяцы после закрытого технического тестирования будет обновлена информация о разработке марафона. В ближайшие месяцы. Закрытая регистрация на техническое тестирование. Только продлится техническое тестирование.
Для этого задания достаточно человеческой формы.
22 октября, 8 вечера по Москве, до 28 октября, 8 вечера по Москве. Участие в предыдущих тестах гарантирует участие в топовых вышках. Вот. Как узнать, получили ли вы приглашение? Вы сможете официальное письмо от Bungie. Приглашения на закрытое тестирование будут рассылаться поэтапно в течение всего тестирования. Если я участвовал в альфа-тесте или в других закрытых тестах, получили автоматическое приглашение. Нет, для участия вам нужно будет подать заявку и получить приглашение на закрытый технический тест. Могу ли я транслировать, записывать или публиковать свой игровой процесс? Этот тест проводится в соглашении о неразглашении, поэтому вы не сможете транслировать его и делиться впечатлениями от прохождения в открытом доступе. Собственно, как-то так. Любые отзывы или записи должны быть опубликованы только в разделе NDA официального Discord марафона. Могу ли я поделиться своим приглашением с кем-то еще, с друзьями и родными? Ваше приглашение предназначается только для вас, аккаунта Bungie, на котором вы зарегистрировались, и аккаунта Discord, который вы указали при регистрации. Вы не можете делиться им. Как получить доступ к NDA Discord? Подключитесь к официальному Discord серверу, мы добавим имя аккаунта Discord, бла-бла-бла. Для тех, кто присоединится после начала тестирования, мы будем проводить ролевые игры ежедневно по вечерам в течение всего периода тестирования. Окей, спасибо, ролевые игры — это хорошо. Как пользователям Steam необходимо пройти опрос, который появится в игре, чтобы показать имена своих учетных записей в Discord и Bungie.net. Как сообщить об ошибках или оставить отзыв? Чтобы сообщить об ошибке, вам потребуется учетная запись Bungie для доступа к форуму ссылочного центра «Марафон». Для получения обратной связи мы будем отправлять вам опросы на электронную почту. Кроме того, вы можете оставить отзыв в нашем разделе NDA в Дискорде. Обновление доступа к форумам в Дискорде может занять до 24 часов. Каким регионам позволено играть? Северная Америка, Европа, Россия, СНГ мимо, ребят. Да, получается. Каковы минимальные системные требования? Естественно, даже если получится у нас туда зайти, то нас там остановит топир. Я думаю, что это у них общая тема будет. Кстати, хороший будет момент. Если кто-то прорвется в закрытый альфа-тест, скажите, будет ли вас пускать в игру? Или вас там также заблокируют топиром? Это, кстати, хорошее... Да, слушайте, это хороший способ узнать. Было ли это решение Bungie, или это кто-то у нас там?
Похоже, Майя использует своих новых бойцов из Красного региона для поиска тайников с инертными кластерами силы.
Консоль PlayStation 5,
Должно быть, она пытается пресечь дезертирство в своей общности. Заруби ее исследование на кору.
Графический процессор NVIDIA GTX 1050 Ti. ОСУ 8 гигабайтов, соответственно. В общем, как-то так. Такие вот у нас новости были на сегодня по поводу марафона, по поводу Destiny, по поводу топира и так далее. Увидимся в следующих роликах. Не забываем подписывать петицию, понять там на форумах, да. Можно также у меня в комментариях что-нибудь писать. Буду благодарен. Лайки ставьте, ставьте, пишите, подписывайтесь на больше каналов, чтобы не загоняли.
Ничего себе, какая сложная безделушка. Надеюсь, мне не придется просить о помощи Кловиса.
Дали координаты твоей следующей высадки.
Да чего же старая техника? Она была создана до коллапса. По-моему, это хлам. Но наши Эликс не обожают хлам. Перед эвакуацией собери все, что сможешь. Лучше у тебя, чем у дирижера. Чего же сложная техника? Она заставит Анну поломать голову. Постарайся опередить Майю хотя бы на 1 шаг.
Великолепная находка. Мы с Чинджу с радостью ее изучим.
Тебе удалось выманить их командира. Бей без промаха!
добытые тобой устройства навевают не то чтобы воспоминания, они вызывают ностальгию. Каждый раз, когда в лабораторию попадает техника Золотого века, она кажется мне знакомой. Будто руки помнят то, что позабыло сознание. Такое вообще бывает? Мышечная память из прошлой жизни. Нужно спросить Ворона.
Проверяю. Получено. Спасибо. Страж.
Hope you find what you need. Good to see you today.
Я не забуду всех тех, кого мы потеряли. Не забуду.
Just doing my part. You keep doing yours.
forget something? Or did I?
Считалось, что те алгоритмические дешифровальные ключи жаропрочны.
Это было шасси класса Hold, переделанное до полной неузнаваемости. Все, пора сделать перерыв. Антенна опять сместилась. И вообще, тогда сестра не передела сказать?
Choice. The coward. Thou can take my head from my shoulders. I am sleeping, and I will kill you by my choice. Remember, you will bring me sorrow. I seek a high commander, but those are not so readily available. So I've made you.
модель — это система, а система — это последовательность. Но что тогда последовательность? Ну, конечно, последовательность — это модель.
Им это не понравится. Завала осмотрит орудие на рассвете. Хочешь послушать музыку, пока мы работаем?
В новостях показали новые десантные корабли. Это просто фантастика.
Древнейшие криптографические методики порой содержат в себе бесценные сокровища, а порой и
Авангард старается показать всем, что ценит их усилия.
нет, не может же все быть так просто. Или может? Запись данных — дело немудреное. Но вот запись данных, которые могут прочесть только те, которым это позволено, уже искусство.
Все, пора сделать перерыв.
Должны защищать себя сами.
What you feel may seem like reality, but it is not the one you know. Your mind now stretches across a vast gulf. Though while this world is born of Callus's thoughts, it is no less dangerous than physical reality.
Слава страннику за то, что даровал нам сжатие данных. Чтобы теперь эти файлы
It's the mighty goal to great a power. Thou can take mine. Destiny.
Диагностика системы завершена. Объект функционирует с эффективностью 98,3% от оптимальной.
Что ты видишь, кажется реальностью, но не той, что тебе привычно. Твой разум охватывает широкие просторы. Хотя этот мир порожден сознанием Калуса, он не менее опасен, чем истинный. Я такого не ожидала. Отпечаток сознания Калуса расколот, деформирован. Будто бы разум Калуса воюет с самим собой.
Здесь запечатлена вся моя история. От скромных начал до титула императора. Такова древняя традиция моего народа.
Калус? Нет, это не Калус. Лишь его эхо. Воспоминания о давно ушедшем времени.
Мой колокол завоеваний столь же велик, сколь велики мои деяния. Однажды, дочь моя, и твой колокол станет великим.
Ты видишь отголоски внутренних мучений Калуса. Фрагменты его прошлого, которые могут дать нам подсказки о будущем. Я сосредоточусь, чтобы сохранить твою связь с мысленным миром. Попробуй найти путь среди воспоминаний самостоятельно.
Изгнание! Неужто великий гол боится склониться и снести мою голову с плеч? Я таков, каким ты сам меня сделал. Я бы убил тебя на месте, но не могу. Каятель остановила мой клинок. Запомни это. Тебе на роду написано стать вестником скорби. Мне нужен командир Улья, а найти его нелегко. И я создал тебя. Бесконечную бездну. И вот она посмотрела на меня, и ей понравилось. Мне предстояло стать вестником ее юга и свидетелем рождения Вселенной. Главное понять, что будущее не враг, с которым нужно воевать. Оно друг, которого нужно встретить с распростертыми объятиями. Оно то, что замыкает круг. А когда придет конец, я оставляю за собой право стать последним.
Последний раз, когда мы жили.
Страж. По рукам.
Speaking your language. Yeah, Hunter.
Как там твой клан? Все довольны? Осторожней там. Хочешь поговорить о делах клана?
Не стоит сохранять данные об этой сделке. Война — это конца. Единственное, что можно сделать — подготовиться. Это подойдет? Это подойдет? Ясно. Хватит.
Есть задачи, которые нужно проходить.
Привет, привет. Как дела у твоего клана? Хорошее решение. Пока.
Все зависит.
С возвращением. Теперь это твое. До новой встречи.
Твой свет не угас. Всего хорошего. Я знаю, что способностей тебе не занимать. Завале в последнее время пришлось тяжко. Сначала кошмар Софии, а теперь Аманда. Он заслуживает отдыха.
Сколько это будет стоить?
Все, пора сделать перерыв.
Твоя ослабевающая верность авангарду не остается незамеченной. Есть вопросы?
Дыши глубже, Сурая. Вероятность того, что здесь есть медведи, очень мала.
Твой свет не угас. Хорошо. Всего хорошего.
Так, не все сразу. Мне нужна такая же, как у варваров.
Верность авангарду не проходит незамеченной, страж. Будь нашими глазами.
Тебе что-то нужно? Ага. Подтверждаю. С тем вандалом не повезло, что он меня не уложил. Нельзя так расслабляться.
Башня бойцам на космодроме. Подтвердите присутствие буровой команды падших в вашем секторе. Страж, в твоем районе обнаружен противник. Найди и ликвидируй его.
Bungie has responded to the harassment that has been affecting me and my family for years now, and we have an update on that viral misinformation post on Reddit. The last 48 hours have been incredible. The show of support across the Destiny 2 people that like me, people that love me, people that even don't like me, all came out of the woodworks to show support for someone who is being harassed for lies and misinformation. And truly, thank you for your support. Let's jump into it here. If you don't know, we reached out to a Bungie community manager years ago because there's a bunch of Destiny 2 accounts that say things like this. Alright, when you look up my name inside like Destiny Trials Report or any third-party site, a bunch of these accounts pop up. It's pretty awful. You know, if you don't like me, that's fine. If you don't like my videos, that's one thing. But to attack my son is really weird and bizarre behavior, and obviously goes against the service. After we contacted the community manager, we saw no ban on any of these accounts, and we chose to do so quietly in the end because we didn't want to spectacle anytime. But unfortunately, we got no progress on that issue, so now we made it public. We just got 400,000 subscribers. Ian himself, the principal communications manager at Bungie, decided to respond saying, horrible behavior. Apologies to you and yours for having to deal with this. One, they went through and reported / escalated a few names that need changing. Two, quite a few of these have already been banned or monitored. Over the last 100 days. 3, third-party sites make patch names, so while they've already been changed, they may still show up in the searches. And even though it's taken us years to finally get here, and it took us basically the entirety of the Destiny 2 community within a 48-hour period to get completely enraged over this, I am still happy with the outcome. I wanted these accounts to be removed, because even if you don't like me or my content, that's fine. But attacking my child is really weird, and really not okay. Now let's move on to the next part. We had this video recently, which was the truth about the lies being spread about me. If you haven't watched it, make sure to do so. But basically, we had this viral Reddit post in here, and people were using all the replies to spread misinformation. The original post was actually awesome and really funny. It was basically just saying, you know, content creators, reacting to content creators, etc., etc. But the replies got so bad that the moderators had to lock the post itself, saying that there were starting to be a few too many particularly hostile and toxic comments towards more than one Destiny 2 content creator. They went on to say, I'll be removing some comments here and there, but thank you at the very least to those who have been behaving themselves. And one of those comments that was removed was the comment from D2 Checkpoints here, which obviously got a lot of people upset, as can be evidenced right here. Comment removed by the moderator. And afterwards, a massive amount of community began to go after them, asking for answers as to why they were doing this. If you don't know, it says in their own Discord that Rule 1 is be respectful towards others. Do not engage in hate speech, racism, sexism, or other forms of discrimination. And rule number 6 reads, do not engage in harassment or bullying of any kind. So a lot of people were wondering, you know, why would you encourage your community to not engage in harassment or bullying when you yourself do this? And on your brand account. As you said right here, I don't even care that I'm on our brand account, F Lucky 10p. And in response to this, when called out, they decided to double down. They said, I appreciate you sticking up for your friend like that, after they said and realized that literally hundreds of comments on this last video, so many nice comments. I mean, my friends, some friends I hadn't even played with in years, some people I hadn't even played with in over 10 years, came out of the woodworks and said, this guy is awesome, we love him, and honestly, I love you all. Thank you so much for the kind words. I read so many comments, and it was very, very nice to see so many nice things said about you in a moment. Like, you don't get to feel that. You don't get to experience that too often. Like, once in a while people write some nice comments, but when people attack your character and say things like, I have never heard a nice thing said about the man, it's incredible to see in less than 24 hours, thousands of comments across multiple platforms saying nice things about me. Like, that feeling, I don't know if I'll ever feel as appreciated as I did in the last 48 hours. Like, truly, it meant the world to me. I've been dealing with some crazy harassment over the years. I mean, look at some of these crazy things. This is just the tip of the iceberg. I'm not going into all the details of the harassment that's happened, but it's been a very, very rough, like, 6-7 years playing Destiny. I just haven't talked about it a whole lot because I didn't want to make that the focal point of my content. I wanted people to know me for Destiny 2 news and commentary, and the guy who talks about controversies and god rolls and builds and things like that. I didn't want this to be my whole entire brand and opinion about me. And so what I did was, when posts like this would drop and all these crazy comments would start coming down below, is I just chose to ignore it. And I thought in the process that these crazy comments and theories wouldn't really run that far, but they did. They ran extremely far. And a lot of people chose to believe them, even though they're just not true. And so as much as I would prefer to, even now, just ignore this type of stuff and get back to, you know, the regularly scheduled Destiny 2 content, I'm unfortunately forced to make a video talking about this. Because I can no longer sit back and let people completely tarnish my reputation, spreading lies and misinformation about me. And again, I want to be perfectly clear. To say Lucky 10P videos are slop or they suck, that's fine. To say I suck at PvP, that's fine. To say I have a square-shaped head that looks like Steve from Minecraft, also fine. But to say I don't pay child support or that I stole my channel from VW is crazy. And not just crazy, it's completely untrue. And even still, when you look at this Reddit post, the moderators still are not removing this stuff. And like, I get it, moderating on Reddit is not your full-time job. You're not getting paid for this, you're a volunteer. But this type of stuff does extremely detrimental things to a person's reputation, to a person's brand. And if you're trying to make money as a content creator off your reputation, and all people know are these things, it's almost impossible to grow your channel. Which is why, at least in part, over the last, I don't even know how many years, it's been extremely difficult. It's been such an uphill battle to grow my community here on YouTube or Twitch or anywhere else. And if you don't believe me, you can actually see a post that's actually from Mactix here. He actually wrote a really nice post that really highlights the problem that I have making content because of these lies and because of this like defamation that just exists about me. Mactix says to my post right here, he says, "Usually I don't get involved in shit like this, but this isn't right. And it would be cowardly of me to stand idly by. Honestly, I did not like Lucky for quite a long time. All I ever really knew about the guy were all of the typical rumors that circulate around the community that he abandoned his child and stole from his former best friend / business partner. So yeah, pretty easy guy to not like based on that. So before he had ever even heard anything about me, the first thing he learned was that. And when new people come to Destiny 2, before they ever get to evaluate my content or my live stream, this is the shit that they're hearing. Imagine how difficult it would be to build a community if this is the headline that hangs over your head. So naturally, people in the Destiny 2 community were not happy for this injustice. And while people on Reddit can be completely anonymous and they don't have like a brand or a community or any sort of accountability, D2 Checkpoint does. And they decided to take it upon themselves without me ever interacting with them to say, fuck Lucky 10P, they don't care that they're on their brand account, and that no one has ever said anything nice about me. And a lot of people had a big problem with that. They doubled down here with this post, and then when people went into their Discord server to question them on this, they decided to triple down, actually banning people for harassment just by asking, why did you say that about Lucky 10P? And needless to say, when you censor people and silence people for asking why you're promoting harassment and hate of someone and misinformation, when your own Discord terms of service say that you're not going to do that, do not engage in harassment or bullying of any kind, people get really mad at the hypocrisy. And people began to really go after them in the comments on everything. As you can see right here, D2 Checkpoint decided to post, "Hey, Destiny 2 team, it's absolutely unacceptable to have days where there are no options for match-made activities that don't have this stupid volatile shields trade-off modifier. That is all." After posting this, they tried to basically just ignore this like massive controversy that everyone was talking about. Why are you spreading lies about this guy? Why are you saying fuck this guy that you've never even talked to? So the replies to all of their posts are stuff like this. Lying about people is also unacceptable. But hey, we don't always get what we want. In fact, their post was flooded with so many replies like this that they decided to just delete the post altogether, and they've been, ever since, deleting all of their posts because all of the replies to all of their tweets are just getting this exact same information because they just refuse to apologize and admit that it was wrong to say this. It's gotten so bad to the point where literally cheaters are now joining into their checkpoints and ruining their whole checkpoint thing that they're doing. Right? Like they hold checkpoints for different bosses and stuff. The community is really, really upset about this. And I do not encourage that level of harassment. I don't want any hate towards Destiny 2 Checkpoint. It's perfectly fine if they hate me. It's perfectly fine if they dislike me. I'm not here to change their mind. I cannot accept these lies and this misinformation to go on anymore. I will not sit idly by and let people continuously lie about me. And thankfully, a lot of you out there watching this got my back on this and helped me in this issue, and truly, I'm very thankful. Together, we got their lives removed from Reddit, literally. We had all of these different harassers on Destiny2 have their accounts, their names changed. Like, honestly, this behavior is really weird, and I wouldn't even call for a ban on these guys. Just change the names to something else. Like, I don't want to be responsible for anyone getting banned in Destiny 2. I just don't think it's right that my son, who's almost to the age where he might log in and play Destiny 2, could log in and see stuff like this? That's wrong. So what's the end result here? What's my final message on this, or the TLDW if you didn't want to watch everything leading up to this point? My message is this. As a man that's almost 40 years old now, I've lived enough of life that I can tell you that life is going to bring you enough hardship in and of itself. Like, people that you love are going to die. Your grandparents, your parents, friends and family around you. You're going to get sick at points in time. And most of us will have plenty of financial problems on top of everything else that can go wrong in life. And that sucks. Life in and of itself is going to throw plenty of hardships your way, but you don't need to make other people's lives harder. So don't make other people's lives harder. Like, their lives are already going to be hard enough. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what people are going through. You don't know what their lives are like. And spreading a bunch of harassment is really not necessary. I don't encourage any harassment towards Destiny 2 checkpoint. Even if they never apologize or never address the issue, that's fine. The message has already been delivered. The lies and misinformation will not be accepted. Their comments got removed off of Reddit. Let's treat everyone with respect and dignity. And even though we did win this battle as a community, and I'm very thankful to everyone that came to my defense, this battle will not be over. There will be more posts on Reddit in the future, and the comments, you better believe, will be the exact same. Because the lie is significantly more entertaining than the truth. And the truth is that I love my son, I support him, and being a father is truly the greatest thing that ever happened to me. BW and I had an incredible duo stream called The Lab. We had such a good time, so many good memories. Unfortunately, we had a falling out for a period of time, but we are way past that now, and honestly, it's old news. So I would hope that we can all move on from this situation and get back to playing Destiny 2, or maybe even not playing Destiny 2, because I know a lot of people are burnt out right now. I'm going to get back to making content, and I'm forever going to cherish all of the really nice comments that I've read in the last 48 hours. It literally meant the world to me. I can't understate it enough. I've been dealing with this harassment for so many years that it felt like it would just never end, but seeing some light at the end of the tunnel has felt really nice. So again, thank you.
Обнаружен военный спутник, который сходит с орбиты. Рассчитываю траекторию. Похоже, он упадет где-то рядом.
A million deaths are not enough for Master Raoul.
Шоухан стражем на позициях. К нам тут летит военный спутник. Прошу его перехватить.
Готовность номер 1. Страж, помни. Если запахнет жареным, дай знать, и мы вернем тебя на орбиту.
Да, со стражем все будет в порядке.
Здорово, народ. С вами Джон. Он же разбираем новости по прокачке, по сбросу силы, по экзотическим классовым предметам и по мнению сообщества 312. Вот. Сегодня в этом ролике будем все это дело разбирать. Сперва хочется сказать про петицию от Тапира. Подпишите, пожалуйста, размножьте, доносите наше мнение там, до банды, до западного сообщества, так или иначе, чтобы нас услышали, ну и, соответственно, отменили весь этот бред. Вот. А мы, собственно, переходим к новостям. Хочется поговорить немножко про прокачку. Здесь вот громовой удар рассказал на рейде, да, что 14 октября уровень прокачки будет работать примерно на 50% быстрее. Ну, то есть качаться уровень силы будет быстрее. Вот. Это то, про что банки сказали в одном из своих прошедших свапов. Да, и здесь вот приведена вот такая вот инфографика, да, вот чтобы было понятно, как это все работает. То есть вот здесь показано, как от 299 мы будем качаться, от 6 плюс 6 было раньше, теперь будет плюс 7 выпадать уровень силы. При силе остаток от 99. Раньше было плюс 5, теперь плюс 6 будет. От 200 до 299 с плюс 4 до плюс 5, от 300 до 299 с плюс 3 до плюс 4, от 400 до 499 с плюс 2 до плюс 3 теперь будет меняется, от 500 до 50 теперь будет с плюс 100 до плюс 5. Насколько это лучше, здесь вот с помощью модели Монте-Карло человек произвел расчет, да, ну и, соответственно, получил вот такой вот процедураж. От 10 до 100 на 15% быстрее, от 100 до 200 на 15,8%, от 200 до 300 на 20%, от 300 до 400 на 27% быстрее, от 400 до 500 на 9% быстрее, от 500 до 10, внимание, до 75% быстрее. То есть это будет прям хорошо. В целом весь процесс от 10 до 500 будет примерно на 50% быстрее 14 октября по сравнению с текущим моментом. И это прям круто. Вот, несколько замечаний. В этих симуляциях предполагается, что за один заход выпадает один предмет, поэтому, например, в одиночных операциях, а также при отсутствии бонусных предметов военграмм, выпадающих с врагов более низкого уровня, сила также не увеличивается. Так что тут есть погрешность, но в целом картина, я думаю, более-менее понятна. Что ж, продолжим сейчас разбирать новости. Сперва слово моим друзьяшкам. Если вы хотите получить помощь по Destiny 2 или по другим играм, то смело обращайтесь. А перед началом данного ролика хочу упомянуть своих товарищей из Destiny2. Если времени на игру мало, а хороший лут хочется, советую хороший сайт Destiny2. Можно пройти QR-коды на экране. На сайте будет услуги по дополнению край судьбы, сюжетка, рейд, новые эпизоды и да, вот игроки с вами помогут совершить новинок. Теперь на сайте все, хороший способ сэкономить время и место. Ну а если вы забрались или остались вопросы, смело оператору на сайте получайте ответ. Сайт работает давно, есть много отзывов, есть способ оплаты. Все можно проверить сами. По ходу в год действует несколько на все услуги. Проходите по QR-коду, выполните описание ролика и передавайте от меня привет. Так, продолжаем. Далее статья от выбора анализа 36.8. Почему Банжи так боится дать игрокам возможность реализовать свои фантазии о силе и почувствовать себя сильным? Это вот пресловутая Power Fantasy. Убрать дельты надо и позволить игрокам быть на том же уровне силы или даже немного выше, плюс 10. Это вознаградит их за потраченное время на повышение уровня силы. Если вы все равно сбрасываете настройки каждый сезон, в чем проблема? Дельта это такой ленивый дизайн. Есть так много других способов усложнить задачу. Ну да, здесь опять же поднимается тема, да, то что мы вот потеем, чтобы уровень силы поднять, но при этом все равно, куда бы мы ни пошли, чтобы получать нормальный лут, нам надо делать мобов где-то на 20 или на 30 уровней сильнее, чем мы. Ну, я молчу о том, что в портале вот это, как бы сказать, это действие достаточно трудоемкое и бесячее. Ну, в том плане, да, то, что тебе надо каждый раз, вместо того, чтобы сразу запустить какую-то миссию, ты заходишь, ага, этот мультипликатор я выберу, у меня такой будет уровень силы и такая энграммка, такой выберу, будет такая энграммка, и так далее, так далее. То есть, ну, это, блин, буквально раздражает. На это тратишь по 10-15 иногда, вот суммарно занят, если ты играешь там много часов. Дальше ему ответ предоставляет один из зрителей, один из читателей. Потому что когда ты можешь быстро посмотреть контент, ты понимаешь, насколько его на самом деле мало. Как-то так. Это странно, не так ли? Контента не должно быть так много, так мало, точнее. Банжи решила закрыть контент, что и привело к возникновению этой проблемы. Доказано, что они могут вернуть старый сильный контент, просто не хотят этого делать. Вот. И далее вот здесь у нас хот-тейк достаточно мощный от Биг. Для тех, кто хочет поиграть в Destiny 3. Если бы Банжи потребовалось 3 или 4 года на разработку, но при этом Банжи заявила, что не будет обновлять Destiny 2 в течение этого времени, вас бы это устроило? Звучит как прогрев, вот реально. Потому что, ну, мы чуть позже поговорим про голосование, да, и это все выглядит реально как большой прогрев от разработчиков, то есть они под левыми аккаунтами подходят, да, вот максимальную шапочку из фольги надеваю, и создают вот такие темы на Reddit, чтобы узнать, как бы чего не вышло. Параллельная разработка была одной из проблем, с которой столкнулись разработчики при запуске Destiny 2, в то время как Vicarious Visions работал над кампанией и обновлениями Destiny 1 Rise of Iron, это из Activision основная часть банды занималась Destiny 2. Из-за этого возникали проблемы, связанные с тем, что функции, появившиеся в третьем году Destiny 1, не были реализованы при запуске Destiny 2. Например, система начисления очков за налет. У Банжи не было времени оперативно получать отзывы, чтобы определить, можно ли было включить в Destiny 2 контент из предыдущей игры, и понравился ли он игрокам, поэтому его не включили. Конечно, были и другие решения, которые затрудняли запуск Destiny 2, и многие из них были в первую очередь неудачными дизайнерскими решениями, например, расходование шейдеров. Просто хотел узнать ваше мнение по этому поводу. Ну вот, что тут сказать. До этого были внутренние студии Activision, которые помогали Банжи с контентом, почему бы сейчас внутренние студии Sony не привлечь? Да, я понимаю, Банжи были наняты, точнее куплены Sony, ради того, собственно, чтобы они помогали Sony с ее там онлайн-играми, все дела, но все-таки почему бы другим студиям не поручить те вещи, которые может, в принципе, любая такая маломальская студия сделать, ну там, я не знаю. Не сетевую там часть, а какие-нибудь ассеты или какие-нибудь шейдеры или какие-нибудь шмотки отдельные. Ну, то есть, им просто можно выдать инструментарий, чтобы они этим занимались. Ну, дополнительная рабочая сила, так сказать. Почему бы нет? Ну, ладно, идем дальше. Просто реально все больше и больше людей говорят о том, что нужна Destiny 3. Нафиг уже Destiny 2. Типа, уже не спасешь. Я понимаю, что у Банжи не совсем есть ресурсы и люди для этого, но лучше свежий старт все-таки. Я думаю, под руководством Sony с их мощностями можно на это все ресурсы. Не то, что их можно снять с марафона, мягко говоря, не выстрелит, когда мне так кажется. Ну, знаки будут, как говорится. Ладно, напоминаю, что у меня на Твиче, на ВК-плее и на YouTube каждый день практически проходит трансляция, где со мной вместе можно поиграть, также у меня есть телеграм-канал, где происходит обсуждение новостей. Плюс еще, кому интересно будет, можно на YouTube лайк поставить, комментарии написать, на канал подписаться, если еще не подписаны, если это нужно, потому что ролики чаще показываются рекомендации. Плюс, кто так или иначе хочет меня смотреть, но не получается делать на YouTube, есть ВК-видео и есть Zen. Ну и спасибо всем тем, кто меня поддерживает с помощью донатов. Эти суммы в 10 раз увеличится во время стрима, попадете в один из следующих роликов. И тем, кто поддерживает меня на бусте. Сюда выкладываю те ролики, которые так или иначе не могу выкладывать на YouTube. Ну вот, например, вот режиссерская версия моей реакции на реакцию 20. Что ж, да, спасибо Ристи за зрителя, спасибо Карите за путника, ну и переходим к самому славному. Опрос Банжи доступен только по приглашению, теперь изучает отношение игроков к сбросу уровней силы, пишет нотариус-фальсификатор. Банжи периодически проводит опросы игроков только по приглашению. В участие вы также получаете 1000 серебра. В нем вот последний опрос, собственно, зная, что сила идет вперед, как вы чувствуете по поводу того, что сезонный уровень ресетится к 100 в начале следующего дополнения отсутствия? Резко негативно, вроде бы негативно, позитивно и так далее. Да, вот. Я готов поверить, что это настоящий опрос, потому что это что-то типа Банжи, они могут такое делать, прощупывать почву. Как раз перед тем, как проделать изменения. Типа есть факт, что это фейк, но вот, есть, как говорится, вероятность того, что это фейк, но если это фейк, но если это факт, то это большая подвижка в сторону того, что разработчики задумываются над тем, чтобы не сбрасывать уровень силы, потому что мы до этого здесь вот как раз вот разбирали, очень много игроков относятся к этому негативно. Это спойлер, собственно. Да, в нем действительно используются довольно расплывчатые формировки, зная, что накопленная сила сохраняется. Как вы относитесь к тому, что в начале следующего расширения наш сезонный уровень силы сбросил до 200? Этот опрос и вопрос о сбросе силы дает мне крошечную надежду на то, что Банжи пересмотрит решение о сбросе настроек перед выходом отступников. Я имею в виду, зачем им задавать этот вопрос, если они не собираются менять курс. В любом случае, я сделал все, что мог. Поставил ответ негативный. Неужели им нужен опрос, чтобы понять, что никто не хочет сброса силы? Буквально никто не хочет снова проходить эту ужасную игру. Вот. И здесь тут также что-то мне не по себе, пишет вот Красный Ртуть, что-то мне не по себе от того, что я надел броню 5-го тира, а потом она сбросится до 200. То есть теоретически, если система прокачки останется прежней, я буду прокачивать каждый предмет с 200 до 400, пока не получу тир 5, я вполне ожидаю новых распределений характеристик и нового бонуса за комплект. Но зачем мне это, если я могу собрать тир 5 с минимальными затратами? Бонус за прохождение портала, рекомендуемое снаряжение, получается, что вся прокачка брони в середине игры в отступниках будет совершенно бесполезной, верно? Мне кажется, что Банжи загнала всех в угол нынешней системой своей этой, когда выходят отступники, и мы не можем фармить сразу шмотки 5-го тира, игра становится неиграбельной, точнее. Тир 5 должен выпадать из самого сложного контента с самого начала, независимо от силы. Я отбыл свой срок, пройдя путь от 200 до 450. Стимулы работали, хорошо это или плохо. Так, как же будет это реализовано в отступниках? Вопросик. Возвращаться к тирам 2, там, к тирам 3 и так далее будет неприятно. Да, вот пишут в комментариях, было бы лучше, если бы обновления уровней выходили вместе с ремейками, но прошло всего только 3 месяца. Ну и последнее, что тут народ пишет, почему, электронный фотограф, да, почему предметы экзотических классов не являются особым снаряжением, хотя их характеристики были полностью переработаны для края судьбы. Мне кажется странным, что вы перерабатываете экзотические предметы, наделяете их характеристиками, основанными на их преимуществах, на их перках, но в итоге не позволяете нам использовать их в функциональном контенте. Странно. Ну так и есть, да, это бесит, но тут Банжи сказали, что в отступниках они это поменяют, осталось только пару месяцев подождать, но все равно это дофига по времени. В общем, как-то так. Что думаете по поводу всей этой чехарды с уровнями силы, со сбросами, с опросами, с Power Fantasy и так далее? Да, вот, интересно ваше мнение, поделитесь в комментариях. Лайк ставим, комментарий пишем, на канал подписываемся, почту нажимаем, чтобы не писать объявления, мы с него выпустимся.
Настоящее чудо! Рахул будет в восторге.
Рассчитали координаты твоей следующей высадки.
По-моему, это хлам. Но наши ликсни обожают хлам.
Тайник найден. Хорошая работа. Кто-то оставил тебе подарок. Сотни тонн тяжелой брони. Ха, горячая штучка. Очень хорошо. Постарайся опередить Майю хотя бы на 1 шаг. Настоящее чудо. Рахул будет в восторге. На заводах с ума сойдут.
ситуация по твоей команде?
Лучше у тебя, чем у дирижера.
Тебе удалось выманить их командира. Бей без промаха.
Когда мы сражались с домом дьяволов за Сива, я считал всех сплайсеров врагами. Лишь после встречи с Митроксом я осознал, что сплайсер — это лишь еще один класс, как варлок, титан или охотник.
Благодаря Эликсне я усвоила тот же урок. Главное не оружие, а тот, кто его направляет.
Not a look, man. From Aeons to Final Fantasy 14 to Warframe to hell, even RuneScape, which just drops you into Lumbridge. All of those games have better onboarding experiences than Destiny 2. So I feel very strongly here about the whole debate around improving the new player experience and the portal being the thing that was supposed to do that. Ain't no way in hell, man. You know what I'm coming from? You can't fix the boats that's actively sinking by just mending the sails. You know what I mean? If that bitch has got a hole in it, you gotta address the goddamn hole first. Who's defending the portal? People are defending the onboarding experience. This is on the most recent video we put out. People are defending the onboarding experience and saying that that this is common and that it's completely acceptable to be like this. I can't believe it. Again, man, sometimes guys, we just Destiny community. Sometimes y'all eat a shit sandwich and say it's good. You should take a bite too. All right, now it's clear that the mood in the community feels worse than ever, and the player count is showing that. Destiny 2 player count hits record lows. According to Steam charts, Destiny 2's average player count on Steam over the last 30 days is just under 18,439, the lowest it's ever been since the game arrived on Steam in 2019. Even January 2025, which previously held that record at 18,542, has now been passed. September 2025's monthly average was 19,307, which is a minus 44% month over month versus August and minus 23% year over year. All right, yeah. So look, man, it's bad. Let me just pull up. Let me just pull up how bad it is. You see, back in the day, we were on page 1. I remember I would pull up Steam charts. I'd be like, well, we're right down here. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe we'd be right around here. You know where I'm coming from? Eventually, though, we started making it to page 2. And I was like, man, ain't looking too good. And then it was like, wait. Now we're getting to page 3. What the fuck is happening? And then it just keeps going. Hold on. Actually, I don't know. I don't know where we're at right now. Is Destiny offline right now? Hold on. This can't be right. Hold on. Page 3 top.
Мы верим, что с нашими товарами путь стража становится еще увлекательней.
Page. Hold on. You know it's bad when you can't even go down the list anymore. You gotta go type in your web. You gotta go type in your game. God dog it, dude. All right. Well, yes. No. It's not good, guys. It's not good. Let me go find this. Let me go find this on the Steam charts. Hold on. We're at 11,000 right now, so I know where to look here.
But I managed.
Let's see. Next.
You guardian.
Next. All right. Granted, this is right before reset. Destiny's not offline yet, I don't think. But yesterday I checked it too, and we were around 14,000. The point is we have dropped out of the top 100. We're getting beat by Fallout 4. Okay. Hogwarts Legacy is beating us. The finals, which we actually need to return to. We're going to be playing finals this week. Everybody talk shit about New World. New World is beating us, guys. Fucking New World.
Забирай это себе.
New World has a new DLC next week. Don't defend this shit. All right. How old is Witcher? Now, Witcher's a banging game. But Witcher is beating us. A 10-year game. 11 years at this point. I cannot express. And look, everybody's just like, I've gotten so many comments like, Frost, way to keep doom posting. Brother. It's bad. This shit is bad. This ain't even doom posting no more, brother. It's just reality. It's fucking here. Look, if we don't do something, if something doesn't get done, and I mean soon, we may drop down below 10,000 players. Because after Fest of the Laws, between that and Renegades, there ain't nothing. And I'm not even sure Renegades is going to pull it off for us. And when Bungie making changes like this, they know it's bad. They know it's bad. Battlefield 6 is on Friday. It's over. Look, man, I think we're going to hit some more record lows, guys. It's lower lows, probably. And look, and there are people, I've gotten a lot of comments. Comments like, Cross, if you don't like the game, just go play something else. I want you to know that type of sentiment is exactly what people are doing. Okay? Saying that comment. If you don't like it, then just play something else. Well, guess what? People are playing other things. Battlefield 6 is coming out this coming Friday. Arc Raiders is coming out later this month. There are other games that people are definitely going to and flock into. Hell, I played Mega Bonk all last week. That dialogue of, if you're just not happy with the game, then just move the fuck on. It ain't working out. Because that's exactly what people are doing. I have been sitting down and just contemplating over the past 48 hours on what can be done. And we will probably make a video on my 2 solutions, but I will leave you with this. There's only 2 routes you can go. And neither one of them are easy. Matter of fact, they're both going to be hell. But it's better than the alternative, which is everything just dying. Option 1. Gotta do a D3. Gotta do a D3, man. Now, that's many years out. And the expectations will be so high. And if you fuck that up, done. Done. There's no coming back. There's no coming back. You cannot have a D2 vanilla launch for D3. It'll never happen. If D3 rolls around and we got to go through the same painful lessons that we went through with you during D2 and D1, done, man. Everybody's fucking done. But that's option 1. Option 2. Destiny Classic. Now it has to be done right. You need an entirely different game director over it, and it needs to split. It needs to split. Hold up. Hold up. I used to play a game called RuneScape. And this is what happened in RuneScape. Jagex, or the higher up at Jagex, were dead set on making RuneScape a modern MMO. And you know what? They did it. They added all the features that made it a modern MMO. And subsequently, they killed off their player base. Even a dedicated player like myself that lived and breathed that game, I quit. I was done with it. Now, someone had the idea, Jagex, I don't know who, to launch old school RuneScape, which was a 2007 version of RuneScape, and they did that. And what ended up happening was they developed old school RuneScape alongside RuneScape 3. And old school RuneScape surpassed RuneScape 3, I think almost doubling or tripling its player base. It was very obvious where the players felt like the game was better, where they felt like they were being heard more. And Destiny, old school RuneScape, became a completely community-driven game. Everything that was ever updated in that game had in-game polls, and it was completely community-driven. All the terrible microtransactions that Jagex had put inside of RuneScape 3, they did not have them inside of old school RuneScape. You paid a membership, a 1-month subscription, done. That was it, and you got to play the game. There was no microtransactions. Now, granted, I don't know where old school RuneScape is now, but that was initially where it started. And we saw the numbers this past year that old school RuneScape is hitting record highs. So yeah, look, man, I think a Destiny Classic would be pretty good if it was done right. And I would play it. Speaking right now. Cross, this game isn't over. Destiny 2 is savable.
Собери все, что сможешь. По-моему, это хлам. Но наши ликсни обожают хлам.
We're getting beat by Cookie Clicker. And motherfucking goose duck. Cookie Clicker's a good game. And so is Goose Duck. Guess what? Both of those games have substantially lower overhead than Destiny 2. All right? Those are the two options that I can think of, guys. Now, DMG did follow up, by the way. Today, the team announced there would be no power unstable core reset Renegades tomorrow. The team brings you a new exotic axe in the mission. Next week, team delivers a big step in then addressing rewards power in the portal. Team is also jamming on roadmap, locking in dates and exacts. Hope to have it out soon. DMG, I hope it's good. This is just my opinion. I think Bungie just has no manpower. I think they got no manpower. Hence why it's taking this long to get us a roadmap. Hence why we can't lock in dates right now. Hence why this exotic mission got pushed back the way it got pushed back. Yeah, I just think, and you know, there's a variety of reasons why that may be, but the reality is that's just what's taking place. I might come back for Renegades because I've taken a long break since Final Shape. Yeah, I mean, look, we'll see. We'll see. You know, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I know what Bungie's hoping for. Bungie's hoping that this is their Curse of Osiris moment, right? All right, it's the low. It's the low. But here, from this point on, they rebuild. They rebuild. They rebuild. What I think Bungie forgets is that you had an expansion like Forsaken, which blew everything out of the water. Destiny would not have been saved without Forsaken. Hell, no one would have even cared if Bungie wanted to go independent of Mount Attack. You know, because right after that's when Bungie and Activision essentially broke up. But had we not come off the Forsaken expansion, none of us would have even cared. We've been like, all right. Go luck one. You're not going to be able to just, you know, you're not going to be able to recoup your player base, A, by not fixing the new player experience, and B, trying to deliver little to no content. It's just not going to work. There's no Destiny. There's no saving Destiny 2 at this point. Continue. Well, hold up. Again, there is a way to save Destiny 2. But you're going to have to do what you did in Forsaken. And I mean, but we also just have so many core changes in the game that have really hurt. You know, like, for instance, we did the new player experience the other day. I'm still blown away, and why no one's talking about this, I don't know why. But the loot progression in Destiny is just not how it was when we started. There is no working your way from white gear to green gear to then blue gear and then purple gear. Dude, I still remember getting the Stranger's Rifle as a blue weapon back in Destiny 1 campaign and being like, God, oh baby, this thing is going to cook. Instead, within the first 20 minutes of playing as a new light, you're given a purple. You're given a legendary right out the gate. It's just like, it doesn't mean anything. You're given an exotic within the first hour, if even that. There's no ladder. I I'm not really sure what year Bungie kind of removed that loot progression. Again, I haven't experienced the new player experience until just here recently. I just meant how impactful it was for me playing Destiny 1 and even Destiny 2 and working my way up through the loot. Disregard the fact that there's no content, no true content experience outside of a few fetch quests at the beginning. And then it just throws you into educate. So anyways, there's a lot of just fundamental problems with Destiny. Yeah. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. We'll see if this exotic quest is any good for them. I guess catching up to friends' power level is more important now. I just hope the new roadmap is similar to the ones we got in D2 Year 1. I don't really understand what the purpose of a roadmap is right now. Are you guys like, is a roadmap? I don't really like. Other than laying out what's going to be happening getting into market. Roadmap is to give us hope. Can I say this about roadmaps? A roadmap is not a roadmap if you have sandbox changes listed. That's my opinion. I know I may be coming off as a dick right now. But if you've got sandbox changes listed, that's not content. It needs to be content. It's only a roadmap to Renegades, not beyond. I don't know what we're supposed to be looking at then. What we get? We're going to see Festival of the Laws, which is supposed to bring a 6-player activity. I hope Festival of the Laws is good. But as far as my understanding, November is not. Six-player Caldera. No. There's a Call to Arms event in November. Bungie is taking a safe route always. They don't risk, they don't experiment. They just have the cadence of sending out mediocre updates, calling them content. I just think all attention's on Marathon right now, guys. Just what I think, man. I honestly wish Marathon would have rolled out in September. I wish it just would have rolled out, man. You know, just get it out the door. How many Eververse armor sets will release in Renegades versus unlockable through gameplay? I think you already know the answer to that, guys. All right, you already know the answer to that. So, anyways, regardless, can I get a poll on this though? Is seasonal power? First up, seasonal power will now carry over into season 28. There will not be a seasonal power reset in the past 6. Do you feel like this is the win? Do you feel like the power changes or a win? Let's get a poll on this. Pure Sodium, thank you so much for the sub, brother. Case Twist, Notorious, Lazy Elf, Ionic Control Alt, Putty, Jackson, Maestro, Will Be Legend, Hizzy, Sour, Diesel, Kid Notorious, Carpal. Thank you so much for the sub, fellas. I appreciate y'all very, very much, man. Bilbo with the sub. Finrer, it's Panic. Game Genie, Dank, Tap Mission, X Arc, watermelon. All right, got a poll on this. The power changes to win. 66% are saying yes. Yeah, 66, 34% saying no. Huh? Again, in my opinion, the root of all of our problems here, guys, content. You know what I mean? Just need content. Right now, what we really have is a bunch of old stuff formatted in the portal, and it's just not new. We need content. And then, I don't know, at some point, I just want to know, like, what's the game plan here? What's the long-term plan here? Because, you know, these Steam numbers are not it, dude. Ain't no way in hell people are, like, at Bungie looking at this going, well, they were doing pretty good. Ain't no way in hell. What is the game plan? Look, man, I got to witness it firsthand from Jagex. And I know we talk about RuneScape maybe a little too much, but I saw a student that was just so dead set in the ways, and they were like, no, we have to do it this way. We have to modernize our game. We have to be like World of Warcraft and these other MMORPGs. And they killed their own fucking game. And it took them killing their own game for them to finally be like, shit, I think we fucked up. I think we might have messed up right now. And they launched old school RuneScape. And yeah, everybody came back. But unfortunately, it took literally the game dying for them to come to that realization. I hate that it even has to happen like that. And here's the thing, to this day, Jagex is still updating RuneScape 3, and, you know, I don't know if people still play RuneScape 3 or not. But old school RuneScape is a big deal. So the plan is old school Destiny. If you did an old school Destiny, it's gotta be done right, though. No lie. I don't know what Joe's doing this day. But Joe, if you're out there, I would love to see Joe game directing Destiny Classic. No, you can leave the same team that's making Destiny 2 on Destiny 2. But bring Joe can assemble a team and see if Joe can cook Destiny Classic. D1 had 90 foot of view. Okay, let me say this about Destiny Classic, guys. It won't be a one-to-one of Destiny 1 in terms of subclass, in terms of technical capabilities. If you think for one second, by the way, it did not have 90 field of view, that's 76. If you think for 1 second we're going to go back to 76 field of view, 30 FPS as a Destiny Classic, fuck that. No, it will have essentially, like, to me, a Destiny Classic should be this. Let's go down the list of all the different sandbox changes and quality of life changes we've made over the past 2 years. And let's select the ones that we need to have in our game at launch. Loadouts being a big one of them. Power Team Finder being another one. From a technical standpoint, high field of view. Obviously, everything upgraded to current gen consoles. But then, you also want to dip into the nostalgia. Maybe you do want to have Third Ring Valor. Maybe you do want to have the OG exotic bounties, which took fucking forever to get. Okay? Essentially, go through the best stuff and be like, all right, this really popped. This was good. You know? If you're like Dark Below activity sucked ass, you know, don't do that one. Still roll out quotas in. Maybe big, yeah, bigger bolt size. Gallahorn was weak too.
Я не могу
Oh,
понять, что Майе
Alright,
здесь нужно. Этот регион наверняка как-то связан с 9. Но как именно?
9, скиталец, путешествие во времени. Голова пухнет. Я просто рад быть на земле.
Dude, do you
и помогать
realize
стражу искоренять
how many
весов.
people like?
Воистину. Я
Oh
усвоил
my
ценный
God, man!
урок. Прежде всего
People
нужно
like
думать о
I would
том,
immediately rush
что
to
я
the
вижу в
Crucible with last
прицел.
word. Because when I first played Destiny 1, I had a last word. I didn't even level it up. I shot it like a couple times. It's like, this gun sucks. I fucking threw it in the vault. Man, I would immediately hit the Crucible with OG last word. Service Gene. All the things that we eventually found out were bangers. Thorn. Oh, if you can get Thorn. I have a challenge for you in this chat, Astacross. Instead of trying to complain about the game that everyone helps ruin, if you love the game so much, if you live the game so much over the years, okay, hold on, what are you saying love? If you love the game so much over the years, show the love that the game needs. What are you saying? Hold on. If you live the game so much over the years, show the live that the game needs right now. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna replace love there. Hold on. If you love the game so much over the years, show the love that the game needs right now, question mark. But to many people just love to hate. If I had money, I'd be paying right now anyways. I love my... Will you shut the fuck up. I don't even know what the fuck you're saying. Restructure your goddamn sentence. What the fuck did I just read? Hot damn, I just had a stroke reading that shit. Fucking proofread that shit. What the fuck? Retype it. Is it live? Is it live? Is it love? Restate whatever the fuck you were trying to say again. Retype it again so I can read it properly. Oh, I can't even understand that. Luke with the 10 gifted subs. Luke, thank you so much to the 10, man. Chat, please drop some love and eggplants right now. Okay, I don't even know. I felt like he was trying to make a strong point, but I'm completely lost now. He's saying shut up and give the corporation more money. How about instead of complaining, you suck it up and pay $100 for less content than before? By the way, this whole like the community helped ruin this game. Look, are you guys for real right now? We, the community, have made Destiny, or we're the ones that said that Destiny needs the worst onboarding experience for new players in gaming history. Okay, it's the same community, by the way, that allowed Bungie to be able to leave Activision, that allowed Bungie to get the damn deal that they got with Sony, that gave all-time highs with every single expansion afterwards. That community, right? That piece of shit community that ruined the game. Speed Demon with the 5 gifted subs. Speed Demon with the 5. Thank you so much. Chat, please drop some love and eggplants. Look. Everybody has thoughts and suggestions on how to fix Destiny 2. And look, we're gonna play the exotic mission today, but I've given you my only 2 options: Destiny Classic, Destiny 3. Nothing I said suggested fixing Destiny 2, because in my opinion, it's over. It's over. We must go one way or the other. Look, this is. I know somebody's gonna be like, oh, he's just rage baiting. Man, I've been in deep thought this past weekend on what ways in which Destiny 2 can be fixed. And this is what I came up with. Destiny Classic or Destiny 3. That's it. That's all I came up with, man. I got nothing else. I fucking got nothing else. You're sounding like a bitter scorned lover. Destiny 2 is not even worth the post-nut clarity. That's where we are in this life cycle. What is Bonk rank? Oh, it's up there. It's top 10 or top 15 right now. What does that mean? Just think about it. Just think about it. We've all been there, fellas. We've all been there. You're sitting there and you're like, damn, how did I end up here? What it... How did I end up here? Why am I here right now? Why did I send that text? I should have just stayed home. But then there's a silver lining. Maybe something, I don't know. Maybe there's always something, you know where I'm coming from? You're like, well, I'm here now. You know where I'm coming from? Destiny 2 ain't even worth that. It is immediate. It's just immediate regret. You know, Cross, you're right. I fucking hate Destiny 2. Game needs to die. No Destiny Classic, nothing else. Don't even play the exotic mission or make any more Destiny videos. No, I definitely think a Destiny Classic be... I don't know, man. I'm completely behind a Destiny Classic. I fucking... I would eat a Destiny Classic up. I'd play the shit out of it. Destiny Classic would... And look, a D3 would be great too. But a Destiny Classic, I'd eat that shit up, man. And look, for you guys in here saying, I don't want to play a Destiny Classic, then just play Destiny 2. You guys can stay over there. All right? But watch. Destiny Classic gonna whoop that ass. You hear me? The numbers over here are gonna be fantastic. If it was done right, too. They had a good... If it was done right, oh my God. And don't worry, I'd still come back to play y'all shit every now and then. New raids and stuff. You know, new expansion. I'll probably come back. Mess around for a second. And then I go back to Destiny 5. Oh yeah, man. Playing those old strikes again. And look, everyone here saying shit like, you know, and Bungie can continue doing things for Destiny 2, all right? There were people that played RuneScape 3 and still do, and swore up and down that RuneScape 3 was better than old school. But when old school RuneScape ended up surpassing RuneScape 3 in its player base. When it ended up doubling, even tripling RuneScape 3's player base. Brother, the numbers, man. The numbers. It showed clearly which game is better. The poll says Destiny 3 is absolutely needed 80%. Here's what you need for D3.
Ничего себе, какая сложная безделушка.
A willingness
Надеюсь, мне не придется просить о помощи
to
Клодиса.
spend money and invest and money that can be spent. Teams and teams of employees and a unified vision. I don't think these things exist. Oh, and time. Time. I need you guys to understand something right now. I need you guys to understand this right fucking now. Because some of you are hanging on to a sliver of hope that a D3 is somehow being made in the background. It's not. There is no Destiny 3. It's not being made. Bungie is not going to surprise you. They're not going to drop a trailer one day and say, hey, here's D3. We've been fucking around with this for this entire time. Surprise. It's not there. It doesn't exist. It was never created. It was never thought of. Don't drown my delusions, Frost. But you will get Marathon. You're gonna get that shit. I love Dimmercross. Just so we're clear, everybody, on where I stand. If I ever find myself back at Bungie again, the two things I'm going to say that needs to happen is a Destiny 3 or a Destiny Classic. Just so everybody knows, that is my stance on it. Oh, I'd fuck with the Destiny Classic so hard. I'd fuck with it so hard.
Рассчитали координаты твоей следующей высадки.
Настоящее чудо.
Nothing personal with the tier 3. Thank you so much for the 33 months, man. Dude, the next look, I'm telling you. I'm like this. Luke, we're gonna make a PowerPoint. Luke, we're gonna make a fucking PowerPoint. We're gonna make a PowerPoint. And look. I don't know when we're ever gonna go back to Bungie. No idea. But if we do go back, I'm bringing a fucking PowerPoint. And I'm gonna pull up Jagex 2012. And I'm gonna say, Bungie, this is you guys. Jagex 2012. We're gonna talk about how Jagex ended up in this shithole. And we're going to go through the entire list of everything that happened. And then identify the direction you go from here. We'll never be invited again. That'll be our last time ever. You waited too long to come to that conclusion. Should have told him that years ago. SoCal. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Years ago, we were getting bangers. Absolute bangers. You know what I mean? The player base was continuing to grow. So, obviously, launching a Destiny Classic wouldn't make sense in the middle of Witch Queen. Explain to me why that would make sense. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was. Destiny has continued to grow pretty much year over year. What the fuck y'all talking about? Prove it. Thunder, you have a marathon icon next to your name. I don't have to prove anything to you. You just have to make sure your game comes out on time and that there's nothing else sketchy happening. All right, brother? That's your job. You're gonna try to fucking make me go home with homework today. You go do your thing. Fucking prove it. All right. In other news, we need to move fuck on. I'm excited about this month because we actually do have some great games coming up. One of them being Battlefield, of course, but the other game that I wanted to talk about, and I actually want to get a poll on this. Guys, can we get a poll? How many of you are actually interested in playing Arc Raiders?
Настоящее сокровище Золотого века. Таких больше
Give me a poll on that. Big Embark fan? Dude, we're going to be playing the finals this week, yeah. I love the finals, dude. Finals is the other game they make. Mods, can I get a poll on this? What the shit? Mods, when I say can I get a poll on something, that doesn't mean delay for 6.5 minutes before initiating my poll. Can I get a poll on this now? As in now, from the moment it comes out of my mouth, can you fucking do the poll? Can someone other than L Dragon do the poll? This is exactly what happens. You fire every fucking mod in this stream. Guess what? Who does mod things? No one. No one does mod things anymore. You can't, you know what I mean? It's like this superintendent I used to work with years ago. He would just get angry and fire everybody. And what ended up happening? We had to do a concrete pour with 3 people. Try pouring about 500 yards of concrete with 3 people. It's not a fun time. You can't just fire everybody. I learned a very good lesson then. That even that guy that is semi an alcoholic, shows up late, and has a terrible attitude, can still finish concrete. You still need people. Liv, we still need people. Playing Marathon in October. Oh yeah, you got into the playtest. And yet you're treating your mods like second-class people. Mods, you see Stream for the Boys. There you go. I want you to show Stream for the Boys what that feeling really is. I want you to help him out. Would you assist him right now? He needs assistance. You seem to have a misunderstanding of what it really feels like to be treated like shit. There we go. Bye-bye, Stream. Bye-bye. Are you going to be playing Arc Raiders? 34% here says yes. 62% says no. All right. So for those that are not aware, one of the most played PvP games we've ever played is the finals. Absolutely love that game. And those guys are the developers there, or ex-DICE guys. Hence why you have all the destructible environments. Well, this got us very excited for Arc Raiders, which is their next game that they're going to be pushing out. It is an extraction shooter, but we, played the past summer. We've also played multiple playtests over the past years, and we'll have a couple videos going out on Arc Raiders. But the game has changed a lot, and They're pretty much a game that's being driven by player feedback, and you can tell the developers are really listening. But here's the interesting part about all of this. From the title of this video right here, the game EA cut, art graders, the game EA cooked. I think cooked is the right word. Yeah, that's probably the right word. Let's take a listen real quick.
Two friends noticed something very strange. They launched the EA app to download Battlefield 6, then started DMing each other on the platform. While they were chatting, one of them tried to mention our creators, but he couldn't. He tried it again and again. No, the platform just wouldn't let the name go through. It was replaced with a string of hashtags instead. When I first heard about it, I didn't heard it. It sounded unreal. Why would the EA app be platform of one of the biggest companies in the industry block a specific game's name? A name that doesn't break any rules in any way whatsoever. And of all the names in the world, why would it be our creator? So I decided to test it myself to see if that was actually the case.
Okay, all right. Okay. Oh.
Yep. It is true. Our creators really was censored. I was shocked and immediately tweeted about it. But why? What could be the reason EA did this for our creators? To find out, let's rewind to 2018, when the team behind our creators was founded. The core members of this team were actually ex-DICE devs, the studio working on Battlefield under EA. There were the names behind the OG Battlefield game. In 2018, the majority of the talent who built some of the biggest games in the series decided to leave DICE. Patrick, the former DICE CEO and EA executive, and over 50 developers, including other key members, left the studio and created their own, which they named Embark Studio. Here's the thing. The Embark founders weren't just named on the credit list. They were killers. Anderson managed Frostbite tech that powered Battlefield's signature destruction and large-scale warfare, while Stromberg's audio direction gave Bad Company 2 and Battlefield 3 their thunderous cinematic identity. When that caliber of leadership and institutional memory walks out the door, the ripple effects show up later. And they did. Battlefield 5 struggled with content and had its live service support end surprisingly early in 2020, leaving players feeling shortchanged. Then Battlefield 2042 arrives, and it launched in a very rough technical state, and missing some very important core features that defined the series. The contrast between the past was hard to ignore. After the veterans left, DICE and EA struggled to deliver the same consistent quality the franchise was known for. The departure of these guys wasn't something, it was a big one. When high-profile teams leave to build competing projects, you tend to see corporate sensitivities show up. That history matters for what happened next. So, back to censorship. After the community noticed the R-rated flag, and my posts clearly reached the right people, very soon after, the chat filter disappeared. Nothing summons companies faster than a virus. When we tried the next day, we could type R-creators just fine. After EA rolled it back quickly, both sides remained silent. Neither EA nor Embark has made any public comments explaining why.
So let me just lay it out for you. Imagine if Les and Liv, and maybe even Luke, broke away and decided to make their own podcast. And instead of their podcast being called front to back, they called it back to front or something like that. How long would it take before we made back to front a bannable word? You know what I'm coming from? Like, how long would it take? No, I'm just saying. I probably wouldn't. You know, I'm gracious. But the podcast started cooking. You know what I mean? If it started doing better than our podcast, who knows? Who knows? I might I may, you know, the word less could be a banned word in the stream, or live or loop or back to front or whatever. I just find it interesting. That's all. That's that. Even after all these years, someone at EA was salty enough to be like, yeah, we don't want to talk about our creators at all. Don't leak that shit out. You know what I'm saying? Because there's mods and straight costs is not to ban people. Grimy, tell me if I know how to ban people or not. Could you let me know? Self-fulfilling prophecy.
What actually caused it is still up in the air. It could have been a corporate move or an automated filter gone wrong. My take? It feels a bit too targeted to be a random glitch.
I don't think it's a
technical
technical
issues
issue.
usually hit categories of work, not a single game title. That kind of...
I mean, if Arc Raiders was like... If it were to have, I don't know, somehow aligns with like profanity or, you know, penis or something like that, then maybe, I don't even know, does even that stuff get bleeped out? For Arc Raiders to be bleeped out, someone specifically had to be like, yes, that we don't want anyone talking about that game. You know where I'm coming from? Well, in RuneScape, we used to have words bleeped out all the time, but you just had to spell it differently. You know what I mean? Like, instead of saying, you're a bitch, you have to say, biatch. And then drag that shit out. You know what I mean? And normally you could bypass the bleeps there. But Arc Raiders, that's a very specific, that's extremely specific for them to be bleeping that out.
Looks...
Oh yeah, like penis, but instead of an E, it's a 3. There you go. Y'all know what's up.
Suspicious. Either way, it sparked a clash right before the launch season. Now both studios are locked in for October. Battlefield 6 launches on October 10 and Arc Raiders on October 30. Once players get their hands on the games, it won't be about a behind-the-scenes drama or chat filters. It'll come down to how good the games actually are. And with both games dropping in the same month, it'll be a head-to-head showdown between ex-colleagues turned rivals. If you're excited about Arc Raiders, you should definitely subscribe, because I'll cover everything you need, just like I did here in this video, breaking down all the new content coming to the game.
Good video. Honestly, that kind of excites me. You know what I mean? That kind of excites me. Now, granted, I like the new Battlefield game. We'll probably be playing the new Battlefield game, but we're definitely gonna be playing Arc Raiders. But yeah. That's kind of exciting, man. Arc Raiders is a vibe. So this was the original tweet. Confirmed Arc Raiders also censored in Call of Duty Black Ops 7. Are you shitting me right now? Look at that. Look at that. What the fuck? Two different games is bleeping out Arc Raiders. Why? Oh, this is not the original. This is something new. Guys, is Arc Raiders really that big of a threat? But hold on. What else can you say in Battlefield, or not Battlefield, in Call of Duty? Can you say any other game names? I'm gonna type in somebody playing it right now. Type in Destiny2. See if that shit gets bleeped out. Try it on Destiny2's chats. I'm not on Destiny2 right now. See if Warframe is censored in Destiny's chat. Actually, that's a, you know, yeah. Look, man, you can't just, it's not like you could just bleep out, other games I guess you could, but I mean, like, that's just petty. You know what I mean? That's just petty. And I don't really, like, what are you concerned about? Are you concerned someone's gonna, like, convince someone in their party chat to play Arc Raiders? It kind of reminds me, I don't know if y'all remember back when Anthem was in development, but, you know, the story came out that the team that was working on Anthem wasn't allowed to talk about Destiny 2, which is mind-blowing considering that's exactly the game that they were competing against. You can't just blindly go into, you know, a specific genre and not look at, okay, who's at the top, at least at that time, who's at the top, and how do we beat them? And that was also EA. Anthem was the closest thing to killing Destiny 2. Nothing has killed Destiny 2 better than Destiny 2. Nothing. They had, you know, nothing has more effectively killed Destiny than Destiny. Some people even say Destiny Rising. I mean, maybe that contributed, but Bungie's doing a good job of that by themselves. Maybe, I mean, you could say Marathon, but I don't know. Maybe Pete. I'm going to say Pete. Pete did it. Arc Raider response. We're still on track to release. Oh, no, they did fucking not. No, they did not. What? God dog it, man. God dog it, dude. I got to play this game now. I mean, I was planning on playing it, but... What a fucking goated tweet, man. Holy shit. They know. They know, man. They see the pettiness, dude. Oh. Bro, like this for a sponsorship? I'm not sponsored by Arc Raiders, but I gotta say, I appreciate this shit, you know? This is the best way to be right here. God dog it. It really is free publicity. No, this is actually going to help Arc Raiders, in my opinion. It's all a PR move to draw attention to both games. Alexander, with comments like that, it really does make me want to remove you as a mod. You know that? You know, I have enough of this type of dialogue in my household on a day-to-day. The damn conspiracies that get thrown at me. I can't even mention, you know, anything involving anything without some conspiracy being thrown in my face. Look, Alexander, don't say stuff like that anymore. Just don't stop. God, the tinfoil hats, dude. You think EA is looking at ex-DICE employees that left them to start their own studio, while also subsequently taking 50 employees with them and go, hey, I'm going to bleep your name out. All right? Collab time. Okay? It's going to be an elaborate one. I'm going to make myself look bad to make you look good. It's going to work out great for the both of us. What the mental gymnastics is that shit? It's a heel turn in WWE. It works. Dude, just stop. Stop. Let's just acknowledge what's really happening here. Obviously, people at EA are being petty. And again, look no further than the fact that you couldn't even mention the word Destiny. All right? You couldn't even mention Destiny when Anthem was in development. Somebody raise their hand and be like, hey, listen, over on Destiny, they do this. I get fired. The fuck out of here. I was just saying that there's systems in Destiny that would be applicable. Get the fuck out. Anyone else want to mention Destiny in here? You're fired. In history, whenever they want to prohibit something, it always just ends up being more popular. Yeah. Astros Gaming on Discord sent me a friend request and tried to call me into a Discord. I left the server. You should not have even been in that server, brother. Yeah. Trust no one named Astros trying to give away free shit. All right. That's some good shit. That's some good stuff. No, I like this, man. I like this. Look, I get it. Everybody's in the industry with each other, and there's a lot of like kumbaya, you know. I want you to do good, and good luck on your game launch, and yada yada. Fuck that, man. You know what? I'd be out for blood. I'd be like, my game gonna whoop your game's ass. If Les was making a game and I was making a game, I would call him every day and be like, T-minus 30 days before I beat that ass. 2 weeks out from beating that ass. Hey, Les, how's that game looking over there? Yeah? Look, when your game crashes, I got a job for you, Les. Don't worry. We've got plenty of stuff over here to be cooking. And since we go way back, you come on over here when you're done. I'm just saying, that's just how I would view it. Maybe that's not the way to do it. Why don't you, Les, and Liv make a damn game then? Well, you see. Les, Liv, and myself have no programming backgrounds. And that's kind of a necessity to making a game. You know what I'm saying? Got to be able to do the things to do the things. You know what I mean? Let's fucking do it. I'll code it. Also, they hate Excel. Yeah. Just use AI and Unreal Engine. Oh, man. No. Who knows, man? Who knows? I don't know what the future may hold. You know, but I tell you what, I enjoy playing a lot of different games, and I love seeing what people come up with and what they create, and I'm blown away every single time. From games like Expedition 33 to games like Megabonk. If I was ever to get into any type of game development, it is not something I could half-ass. It's not something I could do part-time, and it's definitely not something I could do while simultaneously doing what I'm doing here with you guys. Not when you have competition like that. They're good, man. It's their life, and you cannot just you can't take on people like that and not give it your all. Jobu, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, my man. Chat, please drop some love and eggplants right now. Luke, did you swap out the eggplant emotes? Is that the new one? The one that rains? COD with the 5 months, thank you so much. You could take Co-Carnage's route and work with the studio. Oh, we already do that. Yeah. I'm already, just so you know, there's 2 studios that we're a part of, and we very much enjoy working with them. And some of them one of them you've already played a game of theirs. The other one is actually another one that you've probably played a game of theirs. But yeah. Code does a really good job with what he does too on that front. DJ, and it ain't Bungie, by the way. Don't think it's Bungie. It ain't Bungie. DJ with the 25 gifted subs. DJ, thank you so much for the 25. Chat, please drop some love and eggplants. What I will say though on that front is, you know, game development is a lengthy process. And I'm very much still learning that entire process. But yeah, it's, I mean, man, I love seeing people's visions, and, you know, I love seeing even games that you wouldn't think would be a success absolutely blow up. Mega Bonk being a big one of them. So I have talked to a few developers about what I would really love to make one day, but it's just too ambitious. I want RuneScape and Destiny to have lots of sex and make just the most beautiful game you could ever imagine. And everybody I've talked to on that is pretty much just says that that's too much, probably, you know, too ambitious. So I've had one guy say that, you know, it's possible, but we need a couple 100 million. So yeah. I'm gonna wait till the kids are grown before I go bankrupt. That's all I really care for. You know, I mean, like, let me get the kids out of the house first, and then we'll go down that road. You gonna go back to Warframe? Oh yeah, for sure. Got to stop having them first. That's so true, man. That's so true. Wonder with the 4 months. Thank you so much. Call it what? Runity? Like Destiny and RuneScape together? I don't know. We call it that. I don't know what we call it. But again, man, the kind of game that I like are the games that make you abandon life. Those are the best games, man. Like, truly abandon life. Like, you pick it up and you go, I don't know, is this a good game? And then, like, you time travel to 2 weeks from now. You know what I mean? If it's a really good game, your wife leaves you. That's when you know. Damn. That shit popped. That shit popped. Dscape? Oh, yeah. Am I going to play Path of Exile anymore? Oh, of course, dude. Doom, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, chat. Please drop some love and eggplants. All right, there is a thing that just got posted here from Destiny Bulletin. And I know I'm like disappearing right now because of my green screen. New leak reveals details on Marathon's pricing, deluxe edition, season pass, pre-order bonuses for Destiny 2, and launch weapons. All right. I don't know if y'all been seeing, but supposedly Marathon's been cooking. Anybody in here want to break into? I'm joking. We're not going to break into EA. Somebody raise your hands if you've played Marathon here recently and it fucks. All right, new leak reveals Marathon pricing details, deluxe edition, season pass, pre-order bonuses, and launch weapons. So from Zahad here, posted just today. New leak details on Bungie's Marathon include pricing, additions, season pass, and how many weapons to expect at launch. Bungie has been quiet about Marathon for months, but that changed this week. Yesterday, the studio confirmed its opening signups for the NDA, or an NDA'd closed technical test, starting October 22nd, allowing players in North America and Europe to go hands-on with early gameplay ahead of launch. So a week before Arc Raiders. If you have followed this project for a while, you might remember that last year, the Game Post exclusively reported that Marathon was targeting a $40 price tag, something that was later corroborated by other reputable sources. After the gameplay reveal showcase earlier this year, Bungie officially confirmed that Marathon would not be a full price release, meaning players wouldn't be shelling out the usual $60 or $70. I don't think you can. You know what I mean? When you've got games like Delta that's free, I don't think, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just... I don't know how Tarkov gets away with it, man. Now, a well-known link and data mine account has just shared additional pricing and content details, including what's in the base and deluxe editions, the season pass, and even the full weapon count expected at launch. How many people are actually going to play the closed beta? Oh, a lot. Yeah. No. There's actually people that are so excited for Marathon. And, yeah, Marathon's got its own, like, little community. They've got their own community. There are people over there that are really excited. And pretty much every time anything Marathon related drops, man, they jump all over it. How much do they pay you to say that? Look, man, I, more so than anyone else, broke it off into Bungie and Marathon this past summer. I mean, we beat the shit out of that game, okay? I am, you know, I'm optimistic in some ways. You know what I mean? I need to see what in the world this game is really trying to bring to the table. That's different. And that was worth killing Destiny for. And by God, it better funnel the shit out of these balls. Better than Destiny 2 ever did. Because I don't think it was worth it. But we shall see. Leaked Marathon pricing, additions to season pass details. This new information comes from Colony Deeks, an account on X, formerly Twitter, that shared accurate Marathon details before, some of which we've independently confirmed. According to the late, Marathon will launch at a base price of around $40. With the deluxe edition priced closer to $60. The deluxe bundle reportedly includes about $30 worth of season pass tokens, though it's still unclear what these tokens will actually do in game. The Marathon season pass itself is expected to cost around $10 and will be cosmetic only. These new details line up with what we heard recently, that Bungie's still aiming for a $40 launch price. The leak also mentions pre-order bonuses for both Marathon and Destiny 2. For Destiny 2, players will reportedly get a themed ship, a Ghost, and Sparrow. Interestingly, a Marathon-inspired Sparrow was actually found in the Destiny 2 game files earlier this year. Oh, yes. It's blocky. The LUESC loves the blocks, brother. They like squares and rectangles. For Marathon players, the pre-order pack supposedly includes a pink pistol skin, charm, emblem, profile background, and decal. All right. How many weapons are in Marathon? In a follow-up post, the leak account also mentions that Marathon is expected to launch with 28 weapons broken down into various categories. That's the best. Hold on. That's the best they could do? What? This is not enough for you? You don't like this? What, do you expect like a skimmer? That's vile? No? Whoa. That's the best Bungie can do, all right? You sit on your Roblox Sparrow and you think about what you just said. That shit's horrible. Is this gonna be, this actually may be one of the combat sparrows. I think it's gonna be one of the combat sparrows. Valdor with the 5 gifted subs. Valdor, thank you so much for the 5. Chat, please drop some love and eggplants right now. It's a design choice. Yes. No, that's a design choice. Yeah. No. Obviously, guys may have some color for sure, but yeah, that's a design choice. All right. How many weapons are in Marathon? In a follow-up post, the leak account also mentions that Marathon is expected to launch with 28 weapons, broken down into various categories. So, 4 auto rifles, okay, 3 LMGs, 6 precision rifles. All right, some of these are very familiar from the alpha. 3 pistols, 2 rail guns, okay, 3 shotguns, 3 snipers. Oh, the bully, man, the bully put out, brother. The 4 SMGs, okay, At this time, we're unable to verify the weapon details. As always, it's best to take this information with a grain of salt since Bungie hasn't officially confirmed any of the pricing or content yet. That said, Colony Deeks has a solid track record with several past marathon leaks, especially around test builds, proving accurate. Bungie said it plans to provide a more public development update in the months following this month's closed technical tests. What do you think of these pricing details in the weapon lineup? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Well, I mean, it's not a lot I can really pull from, you know. All I know is that whatever content Bungie was hoping to, you know, essentially roll out over a year time frame, just need to move those timetables up, man. Need to roll out with all 3 maps. Need to roll out with all your runners. And I'm even hearing details, or I don't know if it's true or not, but supposedly they're moving away from runner names. I don't know what they're using instead. Now, whether or not $40 price tag is good, I don't know, guys. I can't tell you. You know what I mean? It's $40. There's going to be another season pass. You know, it says $60 for the deluxe edition. I don't know. I know Delta's free to play. You know, but a lot of other extraction shooters do have a price tag. But you know, it really just comes down to the content. It comes down to whatever the hell, like, is it a good game? Is it addicting? Is it, you know, are you going to call your friend up and be like, bro, you got to play this game? Yo, man, Bungie's back. They just cooked. This marathon game looked like it was going to be ass. It's actually good now. And I don't know if anyone's actually going to have that conversation. Obviously, no one will have that conversation if the game is not good. I will say, as far as the alpha and how it went, you know, where Arc Raiders consistently made higher highs in its player base throughout its entire playtest, Marathon unfortunately made lower lows. To the point where the only people that were playing Marathon was Destiny players. I mean, it was, you know what I mean? And even then, most of us went back to Destiny. So, the competition, man, I mean, I think at the time when Marathon was supposed to come out, which was 2024, you know, you had a runway there where you could have rolled your game out, and you know, you had, you know, Tarkov and a few others, but competition is everywhere now, and they're good. That's the other thing; they're actually good. And you're gonna have Arc Raiders, which is gonna be out for a number of months with whatever rollout of content it's gonna have. And it looks like it's going to be coming out swinging. It's going to be tough, dude. It's going to be tough. I may gamble $40 on it. Nah, man, it's just so many things. Again, 2024, we were supposed to, 2024, we were supposed to get a beta by then. I remember when they showed the trailer for Marathon, we were supposed to get a beta then, or right afterwards, or soon afterwards. But then you had the whole sexual allegations with Christopher Barrett. And then they brought in Joe Ziegler, which, you know, obviously he comes from Valorant, and so he's got a deep PvP background. But then the identity of Marathon just changed in so many ways. And then things got pushed back to, you know, of course, 2025, and then got pushed back to 2026 at this point. Why take this series with a cool story and theme and turn it into something completely different if it doesn't make any sense? Because your entire pitch to Sony was that you... Okay, this was the pitch. Hi, I'm Bungie. We heard you're looking for live games, and no one does it better than us. Look at Destiny. Look how well we did with that game. And everybody said it was over for us. And not only do we have Destiny, we've got this game, and that game, and this other game. that were all cooking and they're all live games. What you pitch, you didn't pitch to Sony to make a solo campaign experience. You pitched to Sony to be the expert at making live games. You see where I'm coming from? Don't you think they use incubation projects to over speculate their assets so they can drive up their acquisition costs? Oh, 1000%, man. 1000%. And look, Bungie's not the only one that does that. You know, like let me say gaming valuations are pretty crazy. Because even us, we've done, you know, we've talked with some companies and, you know, went into like equity deals, and their valuations will be astronomical for games that haven't even come out yet. And so, and I've asked this question too before, like, where are you getting your valuation? And they'll say that, you know, a third party gave them this valuation, but it's always based on what they could make. And that's, you know, I think a similar situation that Bungie found themselves in, what they could make. And also, we just weren't going to be in a pandemic forever. You know, everybody got it. You had easy money. Everybody was locked down, and every game was, showing great retention. But it just wasn't going to be like that for him. I feel like it's fraud, though. No, dude, that's just, look, man, with anything if you're about to buy anything, whether it's a share,
Right? People are still guessing numbers in the chat. Yeah, if you keep guessing numbers when the raffle's over, you're going to get timed out or banned for a period of time. So don't do that. But if you do get banned or timed out, you just have to watch the stream. Alternatively, it could indicate that maybe Bungie wants to give people a good deal on it, so that way they can basically compete. I'm of the opinion when it comes to business, though, that you don't want to create a product that tries to undersell your opposition, right? Your competition. Because if you try to undersell your competition, what you're creating is a race to the bottom. Like, who can make the absolute cheapest game? Who can make and frankly, the shittiest game, if we're being honest. If you're just trying to undercut your opponents and undercut your competition, you're just racing faster and faster to how can we cut corners? How can we make everything as cheap as possible? And a race to the bottom is not a good idea for the launch of a new video game. People aren't especially interested in buying a super cheap game. People are interested in buying a really nice, well-polished product. People want to buy a game that is going to give them an experience that they've never had before. People want to buy a game that's going to wow them and they're going to be interested in it. So I think the idea of underselling the competition is a bad one. I think that it sends a negative message more than it does send a positive message. And so when I first heard that they were going to release it at a $40 price tag, I was like very skeptical. And it's also the same price tag as Concord, which, I mean, it doesn't really matter necessarily, but it's like, we're leaning into the narrative of it being Concord too, right? Do I need a quest done for the exotic mission? No. So this means that players wouldn't be shelling out the usual $60 or $70 for the game. And some of these games are even getting more and more expensive these days as certain companies are charging more. People have even reportedly said that GTA 6 might even be $100. Now, a well-known leak and data mine account has just shared additional pricing and content details, including what's in the base and deluxe editions, the season pass, and even the full weapon count expected at launch. Oof. Here we go. Leaked marathon pricing, additions, and season pass details. New info comes from Colony Deeks, an account on X, formerly Twitter, that shared accurate marathon details before, some of which we've independently confirmed. According to the leak, Marathon will launch at a base price of around $40, with a deluxe edition price closer to $60. The deluxe bundle reportedly includes about $30 worth of season pass tokens, though it's still unclear what these tokens will actually do in game. Interesting. Wonder what this currency will be. If this is just like microtransaction currency, we'll have to see. They're going to stick with the $40 price tag, which I think that, like I said, I'm not a fan of the $40 price tag. You could argue that, obviously making Marathon a full $60 or $70 would be even worse. And I would agree with you based on the quality of the product. So it's important that even though you're not trying to undersell or race to the bottom against your competition, right? By making your product as cheap as possible, you also don't want to misappropriately price your product. You don't want to say that Marathon is like this super deluxe premium game and deserves like the heftiest price tag, because we've already seen the gameplay. The world has already weighed in its opinions of this game, and it hasn't been especially good, right? Like the criticism has not been good. The feedback has not been good. And so accordingly, you could adjust your price though. And instead of doing the $40 price tag, I think that given what we've seen from Marathon so far, and even from what it seems like they've added to Marathon, it would be a wise business decision to potentially make it free to play and let people jump in. And you might be thinking to yourself, well, didn't you say you don't want to undersell the competition? If all the other, what is this, extraction shooter games charge more than $40, then going free to play is like very much underselling them. Well, you should hope that given all of the backlash, that people will actually give the game a chance if it is free to play, because at the price point of $40 right now, and given all of the backlash and the negativity and kind of just the cloud that looms over this game, I think that a lot of people won't even fork out the $40 to begin with. But if there is a lot of fun to be had in this game, and Bungie has actually worked really hard on it, and there's a lot of cool secrets and puzzles, and the game actually ends up being kind of fun, people will give it a chance, right? We've seen this before with other games where games can sometimes be good, but people are just burnt out on them or not interested in even trying them in the first place. Recently, I'll give you a good example to Destiny2. We just had a raid launch, and the raid was honestly not that bad. I actually liked the Epic Raid a ton. But you can see that after the Epic Raid came out, we've seen some of the lowest population numbers. People are not interested. They don't care about jumping in and playing the Epic Raid. We literally saw the lowest population we've ever seen, less than 8,000 at the low point, right? That's brutal. It's crazy that Bungie actually put a lot of work into this Epic Raid. There's a whole new encounter there. The mechanics changed from each, and the current position that they have, the smartest strategy would be free to play. And they might not like that, because it's going to also be a lot of people actually giving the game a chance. And maybe, just maybe, if they did give the game a chance, there would be fun to have, etc. Because I don't think with the $40 price point it's going to happen. The stuttering is happening for more than me. What's stuttering? The deluxe bundle reportedly includes about $30 worth of season pass tokens. Got you. So we got that part. The Marathon season pass itself is expected to cost around $10 and will be cosmetic only. These new details line up with what we heard recently, that Bungie is still aiming for a $40 launch price. Gotcha. The leak also mentions pre-order bonuses for both Marathon and Destiny 2. For Destiny 2 players, will reportedly get a themed shipped Ghost and Sparrow. Interestingly, a Marathon-inspired Sparrow was actually found in the Destiny 2 game files earlier this year. Check it out below. Oh, nice. So inside the Destiny 2 game files exists a Marathon Sparrow. Interesting. The stream keeps going on and off. Yeah. It's on my end. I haven't dropped any frames, so it should be good. For Marathon players, the pre-order pack supposedly includes a pink pistol skin, charm emblem, profile background, and decal. So how many weapons are in Marathon? This is a great question. In a follow-up post, the leak account also mentions that Marathon is expected to launch with 28 weapons broken down into various categories. Okay. We got 4 auto rifles, 3 LMGs, 6 precision rifles, 3 pistols, 2 railguns, 3 shotguns, 3 snipers, 4 SMGs. And obviously, all of these things will have a lot of customizability, I imagine, to their, to the different, you can put attachments onto them and things like that, right? At this time, we're unable to verify the weapon details. As always, it's best to take this information with a grain of salt since Bungie hasn't officially confirmed any of the pricing or content yet. That said, Colony Deeks has a solid track record with several past Marathon leaks, especially around test builds proving accurate. Marathon said it plans to provide a more public development update in the months following this month's closed alpha technical test. What do you think of these pricing details and the weapon lineup? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. I think that you got to go free to play. Genuinely, free to play is the only way. Given all of the backlash, I don't think that enough people are going to give this game a try. It's not necessarily fair. I mean, maybe all publicity is good publicity. Maybe the art scandal gets Marathon in people's minds and they decide to give it a chance. But in this day and age, what we've found with gaming is that people don't want to waste their money, right, on a game that they actually don't want to play. So they'll just watch the game. We can watch the gameplay, the alpha, the beta. We can watch people play it on day one. And after people watch other people play it or watch videos of it or raw gameplay, whatever it is, they then make their decision, And so far, the decision hasn't been good. If it launched and had way more success and way more interest, maybe, but it really doesn't seem like it's leaning that way too much. Like Bungie is adding to it, but it's kind of like I said before, it's like putting a bow on a turd at this point, and it's not really helping the situation as much as I wish it would. I really do wish that this game was a big success. It would be fun to cover the news on this game. It would be fun to talk about its development, but I really feel like this is a burning ship, so to speak, right? It's not good. It's not good. I don't know what Bungie could do to fix it. Like I said, if I had the ideas that Bungie needed, I think we would all already be saying them, and they would be in a position where they would be. So what you don't ever want to find yourself in a situation where there's no solution, right? There's no fix. So they kind of created this game that's an extraction shooter, but it's very, very casual, very easy to get into, very frictionless, as they call it, right? And it's a decent idea, but it kind of negates the whole point of extraction shooters. They're meant to be much more hardcore. That's the whole like brand of it. So basically, to take an extraction shooter and water it down feels like you're going to create a whole new audience, but is there an audience for that? Basically, the audience you would be looking for is people that played extraction shooters and thought they were too hardcore. So maybe they want to play a more watered down one. Then maybe they left extraction shooters and they want a more chilled experience. Possibly, that's a possibility. Alternatively, just a whole new audience, considering it's kind of its own niche subgenre within a genre, right? You've got like extraction shooters up here, and then you have like marathon as its own category. And it's not necessarily a bad idea to try to create a whole new category. I think you'll find more success in something like that, especially because the big players in this space, like Escape from Tarkov, are very well established. So going up head to head against them is going to prove to be very difficult. unless you have like a massive developmental team and a lot of money for marketing and a really good strategic plan. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Bungie has all of that locked in, but maybe. You never know, right? You never know. Bungie has wowed us and surprised us in the past. We obviously had Halo be super successful, and off the success of Halo, they developed Destiny 1, which was incredibly successful. How much money did Destiny 1 make? I just saw a recent stat. How much money did Destiny 1 make on launch? Sorry, I'm typing with one hand and it's my left hand. Destiny 1 sold in more than $500 million worth of copies to retailers and first parties worldwide on its launch day. Wow. Think about that. $500 million, right? They took all the success of Halo and they transferred it very well into Destiny 1. Oh, gosh. Destiny 2 did not release any publicly shared launch revenue figures, but Destiny, the first game, shipped 500. They said, listen, look, we'll share the numbers of Destiny 1 because it was impressive. But Destiny 2, we're not talking about that, okay? We're not going to talk about the fall off. Destiny 2 probably didn't do anywhere near that, right? This was also like, when you think about the timeline, gaming and new games and competition in the gaming sphere has gotten so much more competitive. There's so much more like bigger players out there, people with like billions of dollars of influence and crazy dev teams, and basically just have like infinite money. Like EA was just recently bought for $55 billion. Think about that. Someone just said, you know what? I'm just going to buy EA. And they just dropped $55 billion, you know? Like there's some big heavy hitters in the gaming space, right? Some huge heavy hitters in the gaming space. And it's the very competitive market is what the point is of that. So they've had success with Halo. They had a lot of success with Destiny 1. Destiny 2, it's had mixed results, right? Destiny 2 has had some really good highs and some really low lows. 38 million copies of Destiny 2 are sold. There's microtransactions. The exact figures are not publicly available. It sold over 18.7 million units as of late 2017. So yeah. Destiny 2 has had Destiny 2 has had mixed results, right? There's been some, I mean, its launch was successful initially, and then it quickly fell off. Destiny 2 Year 1 proved to be almost the death of Bungie, right? And then they brought it back with Forsaken, and then they kind of copy and pasted the seasonal model too much for too long. People got burnt out on it. Then they tried the episode model. It had some success. It had some failures. And now we're in Edge of Fate, and Edge of Fate is flopping hard, right? So now, is Bungie's next move going to be Halo size with Marathon? Is it going to be Destiny 1 size? Or is it going to be Edge of Fate size, right? Is it going to be D2 Year 1 size, right? Bungie's had successes and Bungie's had failures. Usually when companies have successes and failures, they can learn from these successes, though. And if it was the OG Bungie, the same team that made Halo and Destiny 1 and even Destiny 2, I would be very confident in them making Marathon. But unfortunately, the company that is Bungie now is just not the same company. They are not that company anymore. They're not the titans that, I don't mean titans like literally like titans, but like the titans of the industry that's made these iconic franchises. They're just a husk of a husk, it feels. And it's unfortunate because Marathon could be so successful with that OG team, that dream team. You know what I'm saying? I liked a lot of those guys. Even if they did obviously make some mistakes. I think they had a lot of good visions. I think that Luke Smith, Mark Noseworthy, Christopher Barrett, we're not going to talk about all that, but and Joe Blackburn, these are all 4 names that without these 4 guys involved in Bungie, I'm like, what even is Bungie? You know, these guys were huge in the developmental direction. You know, without them, I'm like, what are we even talking about? You know, it's just Sony now. Without those 4 guys, it's almost, to me, in my opinion, it's like Bungie, the name is defunct, and it's just Sony. You know, it's PlayStation Studios now, and they got bought by PlayStation Studios. Bungie made Destiny. Bungie made Halo. Bungie made Destiny. They did an incredible job. That was the end of their era. Now it's PlayStation Studios. They've been absolved, in my opinion. I'm very skeptical about the future of Marathon, but when it does come out, when we see gameplay of it, we will try to critique it with as unbiased opinions as we possibly can. And frankly, I hope that it is successful. I don't wish failure on any game. I want there to be more good games to play. I just don't know that Marathon is going to be added to that list, you know? We'll see. Luke Smith, not sure sunsetting was a good idea. Sunsetting was not a good idea, right? Sunsetting was not a good idea. And like I said, these guys, the same guys that made some of the best experiences in Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 also made some of the worst decisions, right? They launched Destiny 2 in its state that almost killed the game. They chose to sunset in 2020. They've made some bad decisions, don't get me wrong. But usually what happens is when you've done some incredible things, you experiment with new stuff. And when you fail, you kind of learn from those experiences. And so you can learn to not do that again, or maybe learn what went wrong there. And it really resonates with you when you're an owner of the company, because you own stock in that company. You own equity in that company. You put your blood, sweat, and tears for 30 fucking years in that company. You know what I'm saying? Like, as someone that owns a business, I can tell you right now, those guys,